Good morning. I hope you had your refreshments. The doors are closing. So it's and I see lots of old friends here and new friends. But we're all friends of deploying V2X. And to that end, I thank you all very much. I'm honored that you're here to listen. I'm honored that many of you are here to talk. So, whoops. A couple of housekeeping items. So you've had the coffee. So the inverse of the coffee is the restrooms are off to your left here. And we are, there should be some green tickets that many of you might have, and that was for lunch. All that being said, there's a Halloween festivity out here. I know we're not costumed, but people will be, and there are like $1 tacos and things like that. So lots of options for lunch. And there'll be some demos after lunch. But let me not get too far ahead. Again, happy to see you here. We are on the vanguard. We are deployers or wannabe deployers or people who are interested in listening to deploy. So we're all here together in Southern California for this conference. Small conference, let's call it a get together, but let's make the best of it. And to make the best of it, obviously here's the agenda, and I'm not going to say much more than that, but I'm going to switch hats and talk about ITS California, one of the sponsors, in a moment. But you can see the scheme of things. But the idea here is to get some opening remarks from guests from USDOT and from Caltrans. And subsequently, folks who are deploying and very close to us and near to our heart. I'm not going to talk in much detail. As the Heartland Fire Department, the City of El Cajon, working with us at Qualcomm, we're going to have a little round table to kind of kick things off. But then we want to get into folks who have deployed already. And some of the lessons learned. There'll be a nice panel moderated by Mike Brown from Southwest Research Institute sitting here in the back. And then a panel on Southern California deployers. Now, I wasn't going to moderate that. ITS California was going to moderate that. However, the folks couldn't make it, and I happen to be on the ITS California board, so you're going to have to bear with me a little bit. But what's important is the content and the dialogue. Then there'll be box lunches at a place about 300 or 400 meters from here. And again, if you decide to get waylaid by the festivities of Halloween and eat lots of candy, that's fine as well. Then we're going to have some live C-V2X demos. And we hadn't published that because, you know, obviously demos, and many of you have done it, are all touch and go. But you're going to basically see probably three. One is the static demo, and it's already out there, which is an equipped Heartland Fire Department, I guess, police chief's or fire chief's truck with C-V2X onboard unit. And so you can see the transceivers, you can see the antennas, but there's going to be an aftermarket demonstration where we're going to simply walk and plug into the 12-volt lighter an onboard unit, and then you're going to receive signals to show that this is one path of deployment. So certain agencies might want to have a fairly inexpensive one to do, say, priority or preemption. And then you're going to see ComSignia do a demo of a whole bunch of traveler information messages, the I2V messages going around a parking lot in the vicinity. So please, you know, finish your lunch, do whatever socializing you can and want to do, and then go to the demo so you can kind of mill around there. Those demos happen right around the auditorium, the back of the auditorium. And then we're going to do some recap. And then the conference officially ends, but please stay because Justin McNew and Steve Van Sickle, I can't see them, I'm just dazzled by the lights. We'll talk about a USDOT initiative, which is a SAE standard in the work on an onboard unit. And this is a group of experts, even though you may say, I may not be an engineer like those that looking over test equipment, but you may be, but you're all experts because it's important to get deployers' inputs to that. So you can leave it any time you want, but I'm hoping this is compelling and we can stay and have great dialogue. So, now I'm going to switch hats from the host to one of the co-sponsors. So I was remiss in not mentioning that this is co-sponsored by OmniAir. That should be quite obvious, and ITS California as well. So wearing the ITS California hat, and hopefully the slide will come on cue in a moment. I don't see the slide coming on cue at the moment. Okay, okay. I guess I spoke too fast. But when it comes up, I have one slide to talk about ITS California. So maybe I can install. I've been on the board for 19 years, so clearly I'm committed to it. Although I decided to pass the torch to younger, swifter, faster prospective board member. And it's an organization that is statewide that has evolved over the 19 years into this is the biggest state, so it is the biggest state chapter of ITS. So it's loosely affiliated with ITS America. There are lots of state or multi-state chapters out there. This is so huge that it's divided in Northern and Southern California section. And the idea is to get professionals in ITS together. And among that comes nurturing professionals. And one of my passions with this is the scholarship committee to really nurture the younger professionals. And you can see what we do. So we have professional student scholarships. We have lunch and workshops. You don't have to be a member to participate in that. Obviously, we want your membership. And the best annual meeting you can ever imagine. So it'll be held in Palm Springs this coming year. So please look it up on the website. Please participate if you're in any of these categories or these interest you, from young professionals to not young professionals. But it is a very good organization. If you're in the ITS business, as a public sector or private sector participant, this is the organization to be if you're in California. You don't have to be in California, but certainly if you are, please join the ITS California. So those are my remarks. They're very quick. They're very housekeeping oriented. Hopefully I've set the vector for really good speakers and really good panelists. And speaking of really good speakers, I introduce Jason Conley, Executive Director of the Omni-Air Consortium, who's going to talk a little bit about his org and whatever else he wants, given that he can do this in 13 minutes.
Jim, thank you. Thank you all for joining us today. First, before I started, I wanted to thank Qualcomm for hosting this great event in this beautiful facility. I thought maybe I was coming to the opera. This is absolutely a gorgeous facility, a great campus. Omni-Air has been here all week long doing what we call a plug fest. We're testing devices to make sure they're interoperable and they conform to industry standards. But it's quite a task to organize something like this. So I wanted to recognize some of the Qualcomm team who have been instrumental in this. Of course, Jim, Sean Mashu, Amy, Jeff, who's working AV, Francisco, all of those. Could everyone just join me in giving a hand to these folks? So we're an organization, we're obviously focused on interoperability, but we're a diverse organization. We have a very broad cross-section of the ITS and connected vehicle stakeholder community. We have everyone from automotive OEMs, device manufacturers, chipset providers, test labs, test equipment providers, and most importantly, public sector deployers. It's a little unique in certification organizations, but we like to think this diversity gives us a 360-degree view and make sure that we're testing to requirements of the deployers. And we're also taking into consideration those things only those who have been grinding away at this in the laboratories really understand. And hopefully, what that means is that we have trusted devices that deployers can rely on that conform to industry standards and interoperable. We try to drive trust all the way through the testing process. And so for that reason, we offer qualification of test equipment. So if you have a chance to come over to see the testing in the AZ building a little bit later, you'll see some major test equipment providers from around the world, Keysight and Rohde & Schwarz and Waites and others doing great work. We authorize accredited test laboratories, so all of the testing for our certification programs are done by 17025 accredited test laboratories that we've audited. So DECRA, TÜV Rheinland, and TTA are three of our authorized labs there. We also have FHWA, Saxton Labs. This week, we authorize field test sites. We do that mostly for tolling, but in the limited instances for connected vehicles. And then we offer device certification. And we do that for C-V2X RSUs, OBUs, and modules. So you'll hear a lot about how deployers are using this technology to save lives. So because there's a safety of life, there's public safety that's really dependent on this, how this works, we want to make sure before it's in the marketplace, it really does truly work and it's fail-safe. So we have 27 companies participating in this Plugfest, over 20 devices. They're coming from around the world. We have folks from Taiwan. We have all the way to Hungary, Spain, Scotland, US, Canada. We're just so appreciative of everyone taking their time to come and participate in this Plugfest. It is a collaborative event. It's something where we learn from each other. We help. We sometimes fail, but we pick ourselves back up and we improve the product. And at the end of the week, we think that means that everybody is going to be better for this. And I think importantly this year, for the first time, we really have strong participation from the US Department of Transportation and Caltrans. And we're very, very appreciative of that. And we hope that that will help make this testing experience even better. I know you'll hear from Justin Anderson in a few minutes. And this is really what it's about. So it's a lot of collaboration, a lot of fun, and a lot of learning. And it is a lot of wires sticking out and people testing all week long. So if you get a chance, come over, check it out. But for those of you who have been busy testing all week, we thank you so much. And we really appreciate everything you're doing. And at the end of the day, after Plugfest testing, after hard work, the end goal is, of course, certification. That device certification, which means it's that stamp of approval that the deploying agencies can rely on to know that their devices are, they conform to industry standards, they're interoperable, and that they meet minimum security and performance requirements. And it is a long path to get there, but I would like to bring on stage a couple of the vendors who have met those goals. So can I have on stage Coda Wireless from Australia? Also want to invite Unix with a U from Taiwan and Unix with a Y from the Republic of Texas. Okay. All right, let's get Unix, or sorry, let's get Unix first, I guess.
The other Unix. All
That's right. Okay.
Both.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sherry. It's yours, buddy.
And the Aussies or Michiganders, however you want to read it.
That's right.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
This is all yours.
All right, thank you so much. And this is something that is open to any vendor. If you're interested in the OmniAir certification, if you're tinkering away at a C-V2X device, if you think that you want certification, come talk to us. If you're a deploying agency and you want to understand how do we find certified devices, what does that really mean, what standards are you testing against, find us, come talk to us. We're happy to chat with you. And again, I wanted to thank Jim and the entire team at Qualcomm and all of you who are participating in Plugfest this week to make this a reality. And I'm really looking forward to the remarks today. Thank you again.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Justin Anderson. I work at the Intelligent Transportation Systems Joint Program Office. I lead the Next Generation Wireless Communications Program and the Secure Credential Management Systems Program at the ITS JPO. My boss, Brian Cronin, really wanted to be here today to give this speech. Unfortunately, he was sort of double booked already, so he couldn't make it. But he does want to come to one of these OmniAir conferences at some point in the near future. So hopefully we can get him here at the next one. And what I wanted to talk to you about today is what Brian wanted to talk about, and that is how is the US DOT accelerating national C-V2X deployments? For those of you that don't know me, some of you do, I see some familiar faces. I've been doing this since 2005 when I was at Booz Allen Hamilton helping build the VI testbed in Oakland County, Michigan. So I see faces of folks that were there at the same time. So I'm really passionate about this technology, and I really want to make it succeed. And I think that you'll see that the rest of the DOT does as well. So as most of you know, in August, we published our final national V2X deployment plan. The QR code or the link at the bottom of the screen there will take you to a copy of it. It's free. Definitely recommend folks take a download, take a look at it, glance through it. But what I really want to point out to people is this is truly a DOT deployment plan. It was signed by Secretary Buttigieg. So this is a DOT-sponsored document. This is not a federal highways plan. This is not an ITS JPO plan. This is a Department of Transportation plan. And it's a pretty high bar to get something signed by the Secretary. So I think it's significant, and hopefully to you all, it demonstrates sort of the DOT's commitment to making this happen. And I think a couple of other programs that sort of came about around the same time is we awarded our 3 accelerator grant projects. One was Connecting the West, which is a collaboration of Utah, Colorado, and Wyoming. We also awarded a contract to Maricopa County, and there was a contract awarded to Texas, TTI-led project. And these accelerator NOFO grants, $20 million each, so this is a significant investment, a significant deployment of V2X devices. And really, the hope from this V2X accelerator is that these deployers can help us craft the documentation in the lessons learned to serve as sort of a blueprint for the rest of the country to follow to do interoperable deployments of V2X. That's really our goal here. And it's not limited to just LTE V2X. I know some of the folks are working with cellular systems as well. So we're looking at the full spectrum of V2X solutions. But that's really, I think, a significant piece of this. And the other thing I wanted to mention is I would have loved to have come and said that the second report in order was signed and ready to go here. Unfortunately, it's still in circulation vote with the FCC. What we know is that some commissioners have voted positively and some commissioners have not voted yet. So once all the commissioners vote, hopefully soon and hopefully positively, and that's what we've heard is that there's no opposition so far. Then we'll see the second report order go straight to the Federal Register and become part of the record. And we're really hopeful, since we've been working with FCC and NTIA on issues that are relevant to our community around these spectrum rules, that the final rules will be something that the V2X community will find helpful and will protect our technology and make it successful moving forward. So when you look at our V2X deployment plan, what you'll see is a number of things. At the top, obviously, we have our vision and mission, and safety is obviously the #1 benefit here. And we talk about that quite a bit in this plan. But we also talk about some of the other benefits, right? There's traffic and efficiencies. There's a lot of things. And I think if you remember, at the beginning of the smartphone era, right? I don't think anybody would have thought that you would have a LiDAR and augmented reality capabilities within your iPhone right at the beginning of that connectivity revolution. I think we're just at the beginning of all the things that connectivity in a vehicle could unlock. And so we talk a little bit, obviously safety is the primary benefit that we're seeking to get, but we're also talking about other benefits. We also lay out short, mid, long-term goals and targets. Short term, I think, is 3 years, so through 2028. Midterm is through 2031, and long term, I think, goes out to 2036. And they're aggressive, but they're realistic, and that's really what we're focused on is trying to really push. How can we get this equipment out there as quickly as possible? And so one aspect of this plan that I think is important for folks to understand is when we developed the draft, we had a group of subject matter experts made up of folks from across the industry. I think some of the folks that participated in that are in this room, probably. So they helped us set those initial targets. And then after the draft, we got a lot of comments, I think well over 1,000 on that initial draft. And we've used that feedback to sort of to help shape craft this final plan, and we hope that that's reflected. We really believe this is more of a community plan at this point, because we've taken so much of your input and tried to make it happen within the plan. The other thing we have in there are some very high-level technical resources. Later on, I'm going to talk about some of the other technical resources we're trying to put together to help you all. But we have a starting point, some high-level standards and other documentation that folks should look at if they're starting to deploy equipment. But we have a lot more of that type of documentation planned and coming soon, hopefully. And then the last thing is, one of the things we're really interested in trying to do is tell the story of why this technology is so great, and getting quantifiable hard data to show those benefits, right? To sell the public, right? What we would love is for the public, the average person to see this technology and then go to their, local car dealer and say, I want this in my car, right? I think that's what we want to see. That's what we want to do is try and really show the world what this technology can do and how beneficial it can be. And a lot of this plan falls under these different focus areas. And one of the coolest things I've seen, because I've been here all week at the Omniair Plug Fest, is seeing pretty much in that room over in the AZ building and in this room, folks from all of these focus areas, right? And some people probably work in more than one. But some of the ones I'll point out is, the V2X certification. That's why we're here with Omniair. Trust and credential management. I've seen multiple SCMS providers here and participating in the Plug Fest. Standards and architecture obviously are a key driver of a lot of the interoperability work that we do. And just wireless devices, the vendors and folks like Qualcomm that are, building the chips that enable these technologies, are all critical parts of this system and really making it a success. And so, again, I want to thank you all for being here and being part of that. And just put out the plug that, hey, talk about this technology. If you're as excited about it as I am and some of the other folks in this room, go out there and talk to your colleagues and your friends about it. Let them know that this is a great thing that can really, provide a positive impact on transportation in this country. The other big thing we stress in the plan is the stakeholder involvement. I think this chart does a pretty good job at hitting sort of the major areas. I'm sure there's little pockets of groups that we may have missed, but I think this shows that really we need everybody in this room to make this happen, right? We need from the app developers to the certification to the test equipment providers, we need everybody working together. And that's really one of the cool things I've seen this week at PlugFest. And I saw when I did an interoperability test in Wyoming a few weeks ago, and I'll talk about that later. But what I saw there and what I'm seeing here is a lot of companies, a lot of vendors, usually competitors, but working together to make this technology work, right? I think when we were in Wyoming, we coined the term collaborative competition. Where these people that are, regardless of vendor or company or state or local agency affiliation, all working together, problem solving, trying to make this technology work better, more reliably, and interoperably. And I saw that in Wyoming. I'm seeing it here this week in PlugFest, and it's really what's going to be necessary to make this V2X system work in the future. So again, I thank you for everybody in this room that's participating, everybody that's at the PlugFest, the people that are coming to my interoperability tests. You all are helping us do the hard work of making this stuff work, and I think it's going to pay a lot of dividends, further down the road. So this is just an example of sort of some of the high-level targets that we're working towards. As you'll see, we also have calls to action and specific actions for different stakeholder groups potentially, to think about. I think our leadership is really big on these calls to action. Having individual, state and local agencies, if you're comfortable, making commitments to the technology in whatever way you can. And so every little bit matters. But again, you can see here sort of how we're framing these goals and targets, which again, I think are important, aggressive, but achievable. And the hope too is that, the first 12 are probably the hardest 12, and then hopefully it gets easier, right? Because we learn lessons and we continue to get better at this. And so the jump from 12 to 25 is a lot easier than the jump from 25, and the jump from 25 to 50 is even easier than the jump from 12 to 25. So that's our hope. That's what we're, trying to do and push our resources into creating, the types of programs and tools and documentation that would help make that happen. So this is just a high-level overview of a number of some of our other sponsored activities that we think are important in helping deployment agencies. As you see in the top left, we have a mapping tool. It's developed at our Stoll Transportation Lab. It's used by a lot of infrastructure owner-operators. We also have a traveler information message tool that we've developed, and we've actually got, I think, a lot of ideas on how to make that better coming out of the testing that we did a few weeks ago. Obviously, we continue to support the ITS standards and the C-V2X standards development efforts, and we will continue to do so. I also lead some spectrum testing, which was actually instrumental in our discussions with FCC and sort of pushing back on some of the out-of-band emissions targets. And so we have a lot of technical resources. We're developing more technical guidance documentation. I think by the end of this year, we're hoping to release for comment in the community. I think it's the C-V2X deployer resources document, which will have much more technical references to specific standards, maybe in specific sections of standards that are important for deploying different pieces of equipment or implementing different use cases and applications. We have a lot of stakeholder engagement activities that we've been doing. We have a C-V2X cohort that meets monthly. It's 30 plus C-V2X deployers. They all come together. We'll have different briefings. We've had the mapping tool group come and give a briefing and an overview of that tool, which was useful for some of the newer deployers that weren't as familiar. We also have some of the deployers come in and brief their own things that they're doing. Some of the software that Wyoming has built to help manage their infrastructure and RSUs, they gave a briefing on that. We've had Georgia, I think DOT gave a briefing on some of the work that they're doing. So it's a great forum for sharing information and for really getting people together and talking about C-V2X. And then in the last column is really our professional capability building, our training. We developed a C-V2X training course. It's called C-V2X 101. We piloted it myself, my colleague JD Schneeberger, who leads the PCB program, and Ed Folk, who probably a number of you in this room know pretty well, especially if you're in California. The three of us gave the pilot version at the ITS America annual meeting earlier this year. We've refined it, and now we're out giving it to all of the different deployment agencies that have asked for it. We actually are backed up in the number. We don't have enough people to give the training, so we're sort of have a waiting list now. I'll actually be in Georgia in December giving the training. So we have that, but we're looking beyond that into the C-V2X sort of 201, or do we need to start doing specific trainings on specific areas, of connected intersections or signal priority and preemption, those types of things. So we're open to ideas, and one of the messages we want to get to the community is we want to make documentation and resources and tools that help you all deploy equipment. So if you have ideas around that, please let us know. We're open for ideas. We want to make this work, so we're willing to entertain a lot of different ideas in making that happen. But one of the things I wanted to talk about are a couple of specific newer efforts that I think this group might be interested in. The first is some interoperability testing that I'm leading. As I talked about before, 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago in Cheyenne, Wyoming, we were doing an interoperability test with traveler information messaging. And what makes this interoperability testing different from what Omniair does is we're really looking at operational deployments, configuration of devices, using production certificates, using the tools that deployers use to create these messages, and then distributing them through their, specifically configured RSUs and OBUs, and then running those different combinations past each other to see if people are interpreting these standards differently. Are there ambiguities? Are there multiple ways people are interpreting standards and some of these messages? Are there gaps, right, where we need to provide some additional guidance on how to do this because people are doing it different ways and it's causing issues? So that's the goal of this, is to identify those, create some near-term best practices type guidance to get folks that are working on it today moving forward, and then to go back to the standards, fix them so that it becomes part of the Omniair certification program, right, so that they can test to it and reference it in their testing. So I do all of this work through an interoperability technical working group. We meet Thursdays, every other Thursday at 2 p.m. If you'd like to be added to that group, please feel free to email me. My email address is just justin.anderson@dot.gov. So hopefully easy to remember. And I'll add you. It's open to anyone. We get really technical. We get into the guts of some of these messages. But we're going to start planning our next interoperability test probably later in November. If I had to guess, it'll be probably in the April-May timeframe. Have no clue where the location will be, but it seems like the infrastructure community is interested in maybe getting into the signalized intersection type V2X use cases. So whether that's signal priority, preemption, pedestrian warnings and crossings and things like that, we'll see. But we're also using that forum and the V2X cohort to help drive what that testing is. We actually used the V2X cohort to identify TIM as like the highest priority message for folks in the deployment community to dive into. So we're going to continue to do that. It's a really open group, and it's a really great place to learn about really technical stuff. The other thing we haven't announced formally yet, but we kicked off the effort and we're starting to spin it up, is an interoperable connectivity help desk. This effort is sort of an expansion of our connected and automated vehicle equipment loan program. What this help desk effort is going to do is allow you to submit actual tickets with issues you have in the field. We'll see if we can, if we've encountered that issue or know of folks that have encountered it and know how to fix it. We'll give you some guidance on how to fix it. If that doesn't work, we would escalate it to like a tier 2 where we get on the phone with you all. We can have some telecons, try and recreate the issue in our lab, try and troubleshoot it and help you guys get it working. And if that doesn't work, we even have a little bit of funding to be able to send folks out to your deployment and help you, hands-on trying to make this stuff work. So it's a brand new program. You'll be hearing about it more in the coming months as we get it set up. And the most exciting thing, I think, from my perspective and also from EdFolk, is we're going to try and set up some sort of a technical forum for deployment, really technical deployment folks to talk about and discuss these technical issues that they're running into, how they're fixing them. I know today probably the best one is Reddit. I used to love Stack Overflow, if you're familiar with that, if you're a coder. Used to be forums full of really technical guidance on how to fix things. We want it to be that, right? A place where folks can go, ask questions, other deployers that might have answers can have a sort of a free-form conversation, but it obviously will have to be moderated if it's going to be a DOT system. So we're working through setting that sort of stuff up. But that's one of our efforts. And then the last one is we have a Smart Community Resource Center. That's going to be sort of the clearinghouse for a lot of the information and the training and things that we're putting together. Again, my colleague JD Schneeberger is building that out. It's currently sort of, it started with some of the basic information that we have, but we'll continue to update all of our new documentation and guidance will go there. But it's going to be hopefully a more interactive and interesting way. I know if folks come to our website, it looks a little old in comparison to a lot of websites that are out there. This one is going to be much more modern looking, much more up to sort of the usual, to the more modern web design standards. And that's what I had to talk to you about today. Again, I think the main message that we, from the DOT, US DOT want to send is we really love V2X. We want to see it work. And we need your all's help to do it, right? We're excited about the technology. Like I said, I've been doing this for 20 years. I really have to see this work before, before too long. So I'm doing everything I can to push things forward. And I hope you all will join us and be part of that because we need everybody's help. And that's all I have. So thank you all.
All right. Good morning, everyone. You hear me okay? All right, we'll try to figure this out. Well, I'm David Mann. I'm the Division Chief of Traffic Operations in Caltrans. In some places, I'm known as the State Traffic Engineer. I work out of Sacramento overseeing kind of the operations of the state highway system here in California. Hopefully the traffic wasn't that bad getting here in sunny San Diego. As a side note, I went to school at UCSD, and this has changed. This whole area has changed quite a bit. But one thing it hasn't, there's been a lot of innovation in the state, and that's what we want to talk about here this morning. So I also want to put a plug out. Thank you, Jim, for hosting us. Thank you, Qualcomm. Thank you for USDOT coming out here to California. Thank you for your support. But I'm also on the board of ITS California as well. And that is one entity that is really trying to get together the transportation industry and really trying to push technology forward and really improving our communities and saving lives. So with that, the theme of today's talk is really about connecting people. And that's what actually we're about here at Caltrans. We're here, I know I'm an electrical engineer by trade, but I don't get to play around with the technology anymore. I'm focused on what can we do to use that technology to improve the lives of our citizens here in the state. And it's not about just moving vehicles, it's about the people and goods that we have here. So that's what we want to talk about today as a high level. Well, I want to set the stage, and some of you familiar have seen some of this before, and we're trying to set a vision for California in close partnership with the federal government and our local cities. And we're trying to bring in the concept of TSMO in a state so large and complex of California. We want to be more mature in the way we operate our system. It's going to be more difficult for us to widen our highways. We understand that there are impacts when we do that. To address some of the needs that we have, we need to get the most out of our transportation system and also elevate safety at the top of the list. And the most important thing from this slide, it's busy. We want to connect everybody together. We want to connect our infrastructure together. But we also want to optimize it and operate it as one transportation system. And that's very difficult, and it's a big challenge here in California. There's hundreds and hundreds of cities and counties and local agencies. But if we really want to do this together and really leverage our public resources, we really need to have that concept of network and automation, connectivity and accessibility. So that's our goal, level 4 optimization using the capability maturity model that Federal Highways puts out on TSMO. But we're not there yet. We're kind of in level 2, level 3 area, in my opinion. We're doing a lot of great things, but we have a lot of silos of excellence. And so here from the state perspective, we want to be part of that, bringing everyone together. So I know we're here talking about C-V2X, V2X technology, but I want to kind of put the bigger picture of what we're thinking about, the applications, right? Technology is great, but it's got to help us solve some problems. And so these are some areas of focus for us in the state. And I know we have a lot of speakers later today, so I don't want to steal anybody's thunder. But one thing that we're really focused on, and I know it's a big thing down here in San Diego, or SANDAG, is smart intersections. So at the statewide level, we want smart intersections. We want smart safety systems, right? District 11 San Diego is really doing a lot in wrong way driving. How can technology help us in that space? We're focusing on big data. We're working with a lot of companies, understanding how we can use that to supplement our infrastructure. We have a huge camera pilot program that we're looking into and seeing how AI-enabled cameras can help us solve a lot of the challenges that we have on traffic safety and public safety. And then we're also trying to think about working with other states. People move across state lines, so we're really trying to build those partnerships on those key freeway corridors around the state. Truck parking is a big thing that we've been focusing on to ensure the safety of our drivers. Of course, connected and automated vehicles, that's a big spot. And also cybersecurity, traveler information. And I know some of you all are here from the private sector. We're also trying to get our statewide advanced transportation management system upgraded. We're working through some of the various procurement avenues, but we do need a system that needs to bring everything together and it talks to the infrastructure and other agencies. I know there'll be some discussion about signal priority. That's a area of focus for Caltrans, as we want our public transit to move through our system more effectively. And with the Olympics coming up, we're looking at how we can move people without cars. 2028 is hopefully a car-free games. And the LA agencies are working closely to figuring that out. And part of that strategy is to push forward our concept of mobility hubs, right? I think some of you've heard of park and ride lots, but we really want to advance that. We're going to call them mobility hubs moving forward. And then lastly, work zone safety. That's something that's really near and dear to us. As we continue, our infrastructure ages, our workers are going to be out there, and we want to keep them safe, and we want to get them home to their families. Some other areas of interest, more on the technology side. And so I already mentioned that a little bit. I'll touch on a few of these here. Video analytics and machine learning, that's really big on our. I have a few team members here that are working on that. Gen AI, you probably heard some of the things that the governor in California is doing. We're really excited about that. We're trying to figure out what edge processing is for us at Caltrans. And we're also looking at fusing different sensors together to get a better picture of our infrastructure and the transportation system. We're trying to do more with the data lakes and data warehouses. That's something that we're trying to as a big state agency that we're struggling with. So we're taking a peek at that. 5G, we're here, Qualcomm. We're hoping to integrate that more. We're taking a look at Starlink and seeing how that works in rural areas, because we have to deliver those services in those particular areas. And lastly, just at the very bottom, unmanned aerial systems, advanced air mobility. That's something that's very popular within the organization to see how else we can move people and goods in different ways. Here in California, we were leading the way in climate. We would like to find better ways to power our systems. We want to electrify ourselves. And so we have a huge team here at Caltrans looking at the sustainable efforts. And here as a technology infrastructure operator, our ITS elements out in the field, or can we find ways to use solar power or hydrogen fuel cell power to keep those online, especially during wildfires and major emergencies? So that's something that we're really excited about. Robotics, surprisingly, that's something that we're interested in. I know down south in the LA area, we're testing robotic security dogs to help protect our infrastructure. That's unique. And digital twins. So Gen AI, there's a lot going on. I think that's kind of come over the last couple of years. It's kind of dropped into the government agency space, and we're like, what can that do for us? And we're fortunate enough that we have an administration here that's really, really supportive of that. And he did put an executive order out about a year ago, and asking state agencies to find out how Gen AI can make government more efficient. And fortunately for us at Caltrans, we proposed a couple concepts that the administration really appreciated. So we were the first agency to have contracts with a couple Gen AI vendors. Unfortunately, there's a lot of confidentiality, so I can't tell you who's winning and who's losing that battle. But we are finding out a lot of interesting things about using AI in government. And, oops, I'll go to that. Well, AI in government. And one thing I do want to bring out, it's not about necessarily the technology, and I keep saying this, it's about the people, right? It's about providing a tool for the workforce, myself, our team members, to be more effective, to address more complex situations, and delivering more solutions that really meet the needs of our communities and the public, right? And so it's really about elevating our transportation projects and strategies, and understanding the additional complex relationships of transportation. Transportation isn't just, a road and concrete. It's really about the fabric of our lives, right? And so we're hoping that our generative AI is going to really help answer those questions. And we're about 70% of the way through our proof of concept, and we hope to have more news on that in the near future. But we believe Gen AI will help us not only in project development, but also in real-time operations as well. So, and just to plug out that we have, Caltrans has many transportation management centers around the state, and every single day we deal with thousands and thousands of incidents with our allied agency partners. What you see on the screen, I'm not going to go through in detail, but these are all the kind of data sets that we're plugging into Gen AI. And we've just because it's under test, there's certain data sets that we could not put in there. Privacy is a big concern for us here in California, so we're avoiding some of those areas. But publicly available information, whether it's coming from Caltrans traffic sources or traffic sensors or potentially trusted third-party data sources, we're putting it in there. And something that we want to plug is that we recently, we are the first agency to sign an agreement with AASHTO to get their body of knowledge into our Gen AI models to learn from. And that's really going to help us help the model develop insights that we can trust, the recommendations that we are asking Gen AI to produce. So that's something that we're really excited about, and we're leading the way here in California. All right, another big piece, and I talked about it's transit. This is our Cal ITP Data Digital Services Group at Caltrans, and they've been working closely with their transit partners and getting GTFS data and making use of it, right? And that from an operations standpoint, that's really important for us. We're as public transit struggling on the system. So if you want to learn more about it, just type in, I think you can Google Cal ITP, there should be a link to that, and their Better Buses website. But they're helping us, give us the important information for us to make better decisions investing in the system. Managed lanes and pricing. We're California, we have toll lanes out here. And that's one of the strategies that we're looking at to relieve congestion, provide more choices for travelers, enhance occupancy in our vehicles. And here we're here at this deployers conference, potentially some of these technologies that were tested here could be helping us in tolling. So we're really interested in that. I know a few team members from our road user charge team is here at the Plug Fest as well. So definitely we're very interested in how we can use V2X technology to help with managed lanes and tolling. All right, connected vehicles. Well, what's going on here in California? Well, something that we've been working on connected vehicles for many years. Jim, you've been part of a lot of these efforts with the UCs and others. We have some test beds around the state. I'm not going to go in details with each and every one of them. They're spread around the state, but we do have one that you see here. That's in Palo Alto on El Camino Real. That's one of our first ones that we deployed. I think we're up to about 30 intersections, and that's been out there for quite some time. And we've tested many applications, and vendors have been out there. More importantly, though, I do want to point out on the left that we finally have a small little footprint on the web about connected vehicles. And that hopefully that website will continue to grow with more information of what we're doing and where we're deploying connected vehicle technology on the roadway. So certainly reach out. I'll try to find a way to send the link out to the team here if you're interested in taking a look at that as well. As a summary, we do have a lot of deployments around the state. We have some going on. We have some work in Sacramento, which is where I'm from in headquarters. I talked about the portion in El Camino Real in District 4, which is in the Sacramento area. We have 12 districts in California. District 8, we have a feature presentation from my fellow board member, Carlos, about what we're doing in the CVAG area in Coachella Valley. District here in San Diego and District 11, we also have a test bed as well. District 12, you hear some presentations about that, and thank you USDOT for the Attain grant to help us really build that corridor out, and we'll have a presentation there. And of course, I see John Ty from the city of Anaheim. We'll talk about that too. So we're really excited that we're really starting to push this technology out there in the field and testing and piloting it. I also want to highlight the GoMentum station. Caltrans initially seeded this many years ago in partnership with Contra Costa Transportation Agency. It is a off-network test bed, but if I'm just going to say Google GoMentum. It's a lot of exciting things, and Caltrans is trying to find ways to partner with them and test more riskier technologies at that site. And also, I know they're doing a lot with autonomous vehicles as well. So we're really excited to continue to build a partnership with them here in California. There's the picture of the Orange County. So I'm just the teaser. So this is the picture of the Orange County project. We're certainly excited that this is one of our largest deployments in the state at the state intersections. And just by the way, just to kind of set the context here in California, Caltrans, we operate the state highway system, but that's not necessary. And we do operate many of the traffic signals on the state highway system. But guess what? There are traffic signals all over on the local roads. Caltrans does not operate them. They're operated by some of our local agency partners that we have out there. And that's going to be the challenge for us together, is to bring everything together. But we're hoping to be part of setting the standard and the stage and providing guidance on how to really deploy V2X technologies in the future. All right, quickly, how am I doing time, Jim? Are we doing okay? I broke my phones, so I can't tell how much time I got. 3 minutes? I'm just kidding. All right, so just to close out, here's just a diagram what we're trying to do. We're trying to build a connected intersection framework. Thank you. I like that. I appreciate that. Well, I mean, the audience can let me know if you want me to get off the stage. Okay. All right. We are building our architecture for the future. And so I think Stan and Sunny are part of my team. They're here. I see Raj, Jagtar, they're back there as well. We're trying to figure out what the stack at the intersection is going to look like, hardware, software. And of course, some of you all know Caltrans, we do publish a lot of standards documents from our intersection technology. It's a little dated. And so we're trying to modernize that and try to figure out what it really looks like. And of course, we're trying to figure where that edge processing needs to go and how do we want to do that. So what you see on here is just draft. These are just diagrams, but these are things that we're trying to set the stage with, and that we can help provide assistance to our local city partners and try to build an ecosystem for V2X technology and all the applications that we are considering. Also, we are looking at application roadmap. There's a lot of opportunity for this technology to solve some of our key issues that we have. But in some of the research that we've done, there could be 80, 90 opportunities, right? We're limited in resources and time, so we need to focus on the ones that we think that are making the most difference. So the teams have been really working hard with some of our research partners and developing a roadmap, and this was called use cases, to really prioritize some of our energy and resources for. So we hope to publish that soon. But yes, we do want to focus our energies on things that we believe that are going to make the most difference. And some of those areas are going to be really focused on safety. It's about saving lives. Another big piece of this, hopefully, that I want to bring up is, as much as we love connecting things together, and our vehicles are talking to our infrastructure, and our infrastructure is talking to vehicles, our infrastructure is talking to somebody else's infrastructure, it's great. But that just opens the door from a risk standpoint from the cybersecurity. So as a state, we are taking that very seriously. And that's something that I've talked about a lot, and we're investing a lot of energy in figuring out how do we have a framework, a policy, rules, and practice, and how to secure not only our field assets but also our applications that are running in our data centers here around the state. And I think every day you see it on the news, some critical infrastructure is under some type of attack. And so we want to take it seriously. We want to provide leadership in this area because I know some of the cities that are out there, you're stretched in just like Caltrans. And so we definitely want to find out the best practices and share that with everybody. So as a result, we're deploying a solution with one of our key partners. If you kind of recognize some of the names there, it's probably, I'll say it's Cisco. Cisco's been a great partner for us in deploying their network access control. And so that way, now we will have understanding of what devices are talking to what. We'll know what devices are out there in the field, and then at that point, then we can start locking down our network. And while it may seem easy, it's very difficult when you have the entire state of California to think about 15,000 center lane miles and 20,000 plus devices spread across the state with no actual physical security. Yes, there's a lock on the cabinet, but you can probably use a crowbar to open some of those traffic cabinets, right? So that's something that we're really focused on. So the first step of this process is to figure out what we have out there, understanding what's supposed to be, what devices are supposed to be talking to what, understanding the routes on the network, and then starting to lock it down. And I think that's going to be very important as we deploy V2X at the cities. All right, another thing that we've been working on is how do we innovate, right? So one of the things that we've been working on here at Caltrans is to set up a sandbox. And this is something that we are going to try to put devices under test to in the future. It is completely isolated from our production environment. So that means that I don't have to worry about vendors trying to show their products off, interfering with the day-to-day operations of our transportation management centers. We also have a vendor portal. So if you're a vendor out there and you have a great idea that you think you should consider, go to our vendor portal, put it in there, and our team of subject matter experts hopefully will reach out to you, and we can maybe set up a demo or discuss opportunities to see how that product could help Caltrans. And definitely I'll work with the consortium and send a link out to that as well, but if you just go to their website, you can see the Caltrans vendor portal. With that, I'll have a couple more slides. I want to touch on workforce development. I had an opportunity to do some executive briefings recently, just in the last week, about how do we prepare for us in the future. It's not the same old electrical equipment that we see out there. It's not the same old engineering that we've been doing. So here at Caltrans, we are trying to upskill our employees in readying for this. And I really appreciate some of our team members. We have an academy for connected vehicles. And we're also looking at new classifications in state employees to really allow us to deploy some of the technologies on the roadways in the future. So workforce development, keep that in mind. That's something that's going to be very, very important for us on the public sector side. All right. Lastly, just kind of closing up, well, we're also trying to figure out the data pipelines here at Caltrans. And you see what you see on the screen on the right. I'm going to try the laser out. All right. Okay. That's all the I/O infrastructure. That's our ITS elements, right? That's then connected to our 12 data centers around the state. Well, then now we got to communicate with everybody else on the outside. And we're finding there's more and more interfaces in transportation. So that's something that we're also working on. And now we're trying to figure out where connected vehicles, here's the roadside unit, where does connected vehicles fit in this overall framework, and how do we bring some of the data into our system? And we don't have the answers today. So that's something that we're really exploring and trying to understand the risks, and also from an O&M network operation standpoint, where to best handle that. All right. just to close up, I just want to touch on a few things just globally and some additional thoughts. Roadway digital infrastructure, I really appreciate Federal Highways Administration really leading that effort, digitizing roadways, understanding that digital infrastructure is really going to lead the way in transportation. And how does that work with, you know, from the big picture? How do we actually implement that here in California with the diverse communities and cities that we have? Well, some of the thoughts that we have and see the challenges that we're trying to address. Sorry. Statewide consistency. If you're a driver driving between a city X and city Y, or driving on freeway X or freeway Y and going through the state, you want to have the same experience. You want to know what to expect, right? So that's something that we are really trying to think about as we deploy, is a unified user experience. And this goes across everything that we do. We do have the MUTC to help us out, but also from a technology standpoint and what they're seeing. Also, project delivery. This is something Caltrans is excellent at delivering projects, but technology projects are different than pavement projects and bridge projects. How do we coordinate and sequence that? How do we do the systems engineering, and how do we integrate that into a traditional civil implementation model? So that's something that we were looking at. Governance. Now that we have a system that's connected virtually, who owns what? Who's responsible for what? You know, I think one of the big challenges that we have at Caltrans is working with our local partners. We want to coordinate our signals across. I see John here on the screen. We try to coordinate our signals between two jurisdictions, and then maybe we have one system that controls both. But then the question is, who owns that system? Who's going to maintain that system? Who's responsible for the legal part of it? It's not so simple, and it's once you start digging into it. The other thing is performance measures. We need to be very, very clear about what we expect. Technology is great. ITS is great. But if it's not delivering value and we can't measure it, that's going to be a tough sell for additional funding on the public sector side. Data management, big key. That's something that we found out in our Gen AI exercise and proof of concepts. Quality data and diverse data sets are very important for us. And then asset management. How do we sustain the success? It's great that we put these devices out there, but 5-10 years from now, do we have a plan to replace them? Life cycle management is going to be big, and also configuration management too. Now, when you have a lot of devices in a system and a network, one change does affect something else. So with that, I'm going to close out. I really appreciate it. We're here in California. Check out our Quick Map app. That's our traveler information app. We're trying to do a lot more features with it. We're putting our virtual messaging up there on the application, alert you of work zones to protect our workers. That's something that we're really proud of from a DOT standpoint. So with that, I really appreciate everyone's time. If you come find me, I'll be here for a little bit. I think this is a great opportunity for us to really leverage the private sector and the public sector in trying to really accelerate deployment of this life-saving technology. So I really appreciate it. Thank you.
So I'll provide the interlude while furniture is being moved. There won't be no song and dance here. But there's a panel coming up. So first of all, I think, again, and we've already given applause, we can give it again to our two speakers, actually after Jason, but certainly Justin and David Mann. Dynamic presentation showed vision at national and statewide scale, and that's certainly we're humbled to see C-V2X in that vision within the context of providing safety and goods and people movement. So that being said, as chairs are being ready for the next panel, this panel is near and dear to our heart at Qualcomm. I'm not going to steal any thunder about it, but you're going to see uniformed first responders, and you're going to see some Qualcomm personnel, and this is about how to harness C-V2X for the good. And to that end, I'm going to introduce the panel. Invite you on stage. I think the chairs are set, the water bottles are here. The moderator is my colleague, Andres Castrillan. Ms. Andres, I'm going to hand over the stage and microphone to you.
Awesome. Thanks, Jim. Good morning. You hear me okay? Let's try that again. Good morning. All right. My name is Andres Castrillon. I work on transportation and emerging technology policy for Qualcomm, and I have the pleasure of moderating today's first panel. And I use the word pleasure very deliberately for two reasons. First, we're here to talk about a really cool project that's taking place a short drive from here in the city of El Cajon. And then second, I have the pleasure of being joined by some fantastic folks up here on the panel. So let me go ahead and introduce them. So to my left is Jeff O'Brien, who is Vice President of Distribution for Applied Information. To his left is Mario Sanchez, who is the City Engineer for the City of El Cajon. To his left is Todd Nelson. John is Division Chief for Administration and Emergency Medical at the Heartland Fire Department. And then Todd Nelson, Deputy Fire Chief for the Heartland Fire Department. And so I need to do a little bit of setting the stage for this discussion. And to do that, I need to talk a little bit about a Qualcomm initiative called Wireless Reach. So Wireless Reach is really the reason that we're all here today. And Wireless Reach is a social impact technology for good initiative that seeks to look for opportunities to bring wireless technologies to demonstrate the impact of wireless technologies to communities of need around the world. So what we're really trying to do through Wireless Reach is identify communities that typically wouldn't have the opportunity to deploy emerging technology, bring that technology to them, and in doing so, demonstrate the impact of emerging technology. So it's a fantastic program. It's been around for over a decade. And the way that we initiate these programs and facilitate these programs is through grants provided by Qualcomm. And we work with partners, so NGOs, academic institutions, public sector folks, private sector folks. We have done projects in over 50 countries at this point. We've partnered with over 700 different partners. Really fantastic program, really impactful, and something that we're really proud of at Qualcomm. And so what happened, the reason we're here is that about a year and a half or 2 years ago, we started talking at Qualcomm and we thought, how great would it be if we could organize a wireless reach initiative specifically aimed at deploying cellular vehicle to everything technology. And everybody got really excited about that. And then we thought, what better place to do that than in our own backyard, right here in the San Diego area. And so we went out and we started looking for partners. And the folks that you have on stage today answered that call. These are the partners and these are the people that we're actively working with on the project that we're going to talk about today. So let me talk a little bit about that project for a minute or two, and then we'll turn it over to the panelists. So what we're trying to do in El Cajon, and specifically with the Heartland Fire Department, is deploy cellular vehicle to everything technology, C-V2X technology, and specifically C-V2X Direct, utilizing the 5.9 gigahertz band, to provide emergency vehicle preemption for emergency response vehicles. We heard Justin and David talk about safety being the North Star. So that's what we're trying to accomplish with this project. Obviously, we're trying to improve safety. C-V2X is an incredibly versatile technology, a lot of different use cases. We want to utilize this specific project to demonstrate what I think is one of the most compelling use cases, and that's how first responders can utilize this technology to respond quicker, more efficiently, and to improve safety. So we want to improve response times, first and foremost. We want to improve safety for the folks at the fire department by minimizing the time that they spend at intersections where we know accidents are more likely to happen. And so what are we doing specifically? Well, we're going to outfit 21 intersections in the city of El Cajon with C-V2X roadside units. And then we're going to outfit 10 Heartland Fire Department vehicles with onboard units. And we really want this to be a blueprint for the type of project that can be duplicated around the country, right? We heard Justin talk about the National V2X deployment plan, the goals that have been laid out in that. We hope that this will be a catalyst to advance those deployments, to serve as a model for the country, and to ultimately help the U.S. Department of Transportation meet its deployment goals. So with that as a foundation, enough from me, and let's move on to our panel. And Jeff, I want to start with you. I think anybody that's in this space is very familiar with applied information. You guys play such a unique and critical role in this ecosystem, but maybe for the benefit of anybody in the audience that is not familiar with applied information, maybe you can just tell us a little bit about applied information and the role that you all play in the C-V2X ecosystem.
Yeah, thanks. It's great to see everyone here this morning. Applied Information is a company that's focused on technology. We've been in this industry since about 2011. We've got about 125 employees that are focused on safety and communication and technology. And a major focus of what we're doing is really working to try to improve safety for the roadways. From something as simple as school zone safety and providing vulnerable road users safe access crossing to and from school. A big part of what we're doing is also working in the signalized intersection space and emergency services to provide those folks a simple, easy way of just doing what they do normally. They get trained every day on amazing technology, and the call goes out and they respond appropriately. And the big thing that's been the game changer, that's groundbreaking, is adding these forms of technology and communication to allow them to get the green lights at the intersections. It's making a huge difference, and I'll probably maybe wait for our folks from the fire service to kind of address how it's really impacting them. But wanted to share a little bit of a video that gets everybody kind of on the same format about what happens when a call comes in. Many of us have probably had our worst days and had to call for emergency services. Many of us have been in traffic. But I'd like to play a short video that just shows what happens and how this whole technology sort of comes together.
When you're having an emergency, every second matters. At Applied Information, we want to help. We created an emergency vehicle preemption system to help save first responders 11 seconds per traffic light, meaning they get to you faster, safer, and ready to help. Want more information on the system? Download our free info kit today, or give us a call to set up a consultation.
I think in closing, there's been a number of agencies involved, obviously not the least of which is Qualcomm in sponsoring the program. But our friends at El Cajon and the Traffic Signal Department, Mario, who's going to be speaking next, and the Heartland folks, and even our local partners at Next Tech, it takes really a village to kind of make all these things happen. And so that's what's exciting about being here today and seeing everyone working on these advancements in the connected vehicle technology, all focused on improving safety, adding to the Vision Zero focus, both nationally and internationally. So I think that's my time, and I'll pass that on.
Fantastic, Jeff. That's incredibly compelling, and you guys have such a great track record of being leaders in these types of public-private partnerships. So really appreciate the engagement, the partnership, and the support. Mario, I want to turn to you, and I just want to ask at a high level for you to tell us a little bit about the city of El Cajon, right? There's some folks in the audience that maybe flew in, they're not really familiar with this area. What is sort of the profile of the city of El Cajon? What does the infrastructure look like? What's the current traffic profile?
All right, thank you. My name is Mario Sanchez, city engineer for City of El Cajon. I'm happy to be up here to talk about our city. We have a population of about 105,000 residents, and in our infrastructure, traffic signal wise, we have 114 traffic signal locations in the city. We're all connected via fiber, and we're using our latest 2070 hardware, as well as using Q-Free Max Time software. So when we looked at this project, we wanted to see what our problem areas were in the city and what arterials that we could help benefit the fire department with emergency access. So there's two major arterials that this project encompasses, which is Magnolia Avenue. It's a north-south arterial that bisects the Highway 8 on the north side of the city. And then it bisects also an east-west arterial on Main Street, which also they both have about 25,000 vehicles per day. And so these two major arterials are within close proximity to these two fire stations nearby. So the C-V2X technology can help the fire department get to calls east and west and north and south. So that's pretty much all I have to say about our city in terms of infrastructure, but we always have construction projects going on that hampers the ability for emergency vehicle access. So with this type of technology, this is a tool for us to use and to help the fire department.
Excellent. Thank you, Mario. And then I want to turn to you, Todd and John, to talk a little bit. You all is really where the rubber hits the road on this project, right? We're looking to deploy the onboard units, on your vehicles. And so, can you tell us a little bit about the Heartland Fire Department, the communities it serves, and then, specifically, what's the profile of the communities? What's the socio-economic sort of profile? Are there underserved communities?
Sure, absolutely. Good morning, everyone. Heartland Fire and Rescue covers the three cities of Lemon Grove, La Mesa, and El Cajon, about 200,000 people over about 27 square miles. We have 8 fire stations that respond to about 35,000 calls for service a year. So a busy agency, which makes it great for trialing this technology. And then specifically focusing on the city of El Cajon, that comprises about half of that. 14.5 square miles, about 120 signal lights for us to go through, and there's a lot of pinch points for our units to respond on. Looking at the data side, we're data focused like most industries are, and response times are everything to us. And when we talk about response times, there's really 3 components there. There's the call processing time that our dispatch center takes, there's the turnout time that it takes for our units to get on the road, and then there's the travel time to get to the incident. Travel time is obviously the largest sector of that. And for us to be able to work on improving that is tremendous for our folks.
And then what, you get a cold call from, folks at Qualcomm and a couple of other partners, and they say to you, we're interested in having you all partner with us on this project. You talked about this a little bit, but maybe in a little bit more detail. What was specifically attractive to you all about this project? How did you, what is the decision-making process for you all with limited resources and sort of taking on, this additional work? It is some work, right? We've worked with you over the last several months to actually do the outfitting of the vehicles. And so, how do you sort of think through that?
I think the most exciting part of it, and I'll steal a term that Todd uses, is controlling the uncontrollable. In the past, the travel time part of our response times was something we really didn't have any control over. We used old technology with the Opticom system that was somewhat unreliable, and we're not going to tell our crews to hustle faster because of that risk issue. So we'd always worked on our turnout times and our call processing times. So for us to be able to actually target the biggest section of our response time was really exciting for us.
Excellent, thank you. I want to save some time at the end for questions, but I'm gonna circle back to you, Jeff, and just ask, I referenced earlier the fact that you all have done similar types of projects with other communities around the country, and we've partnered with you all on a similar project, but for school buses in the Fulton County School District outside of Atlanta. And so, can you talk a little bit about sort of lessons learned and kind of best practices that you all bring to a project like this, based on work that you've already done?
Yeah, I think the biggest part is just having the relationships on the traffic control side of the fence. There is some really experienced, knowledgeable, I'm not going to say old people, but the experienced people in this industry that have a focus on managing how the system can deliver to the people. And talking about school buses, that's a new concept in our business. Talking about the groups who are vulnerable road users, both on the pedestrian and the cycling side. So having that sort of a background, the ability to talk about that in a traffic context, and then showing how this technology connects to people and allows them to be seen on the network is a big part of what we get to bring to the table to have the discussions. There's experience that we have that has data and documentation about the improvements that happen, particularly in the emergency response. There's been decades of information that shows how long does it take to get point to A to B, and then coming back and applying this technology across a variety of different applications now with the same pieces of hardware, being able to utilize that so a single investment serves the emergency services, police, fire, EMS, buses, transit applications. So as we get to talk about those kind of sort of applications, it changes the focus of the discussions aimed at, again, spending a little bit of money and getting a lot of application ROI.
Excellent. Thank you. Mario, similar question to you. We've been working on this with you for quite a while now, and there were several obstacles for us to overcome, right? If like from idea inception to getting buy-in to identifying all the partners, but then to actually getting to functional deployment where we're collecting data and understanding the impact. There's a lot of work to be done, and you're kind of instrumental to all that. There's some public sector folks in the room. Any lessons learned thus far, kind of, words to the wise about sort of, being eyes wide open about what you're taking on when you say yes to a project like this?
Yeah, the lessons learned is when we initiated the project, the Cajon Valley Union School District reached out to us at the city, and we tried to work with the school buses, but we couldn't do that because of limitations with the California Vehicle Code and the CHP. They have jurisdiction over what can be outfitted on school buses. So we decided to maybe work with Heartland Fire to get this project moving along. We're getting ready to deploy and install our equipment, and we decided, the fire department might be interested, and we reached out to them, and they were very interested in this project.
And then Todd and John, similar question to you. We talked about trying to have this project really serve as a model that can be duplicated, right? Which means that we're going to go out as a community of folks that are champions for C-V2X, right? This is a deployers conference. We need to be effective in talking to fire departments and other public sector entities that we feel could really benefit from this technology. What has worked, what hasn't, what advice do you have for folks who are going to try to duplicate this in other areas?
I think for us that probably starts with a thank you, and kind of what I mean by that is without the willingness of Mario and his public works department to embrace this opportunity, we wouldn't be here today. Without the generosity of Qualcomm, we also wouldn't be here today. Without the technology from AI, same thing. Without Nextech and their local assistance in getting this up and running, we wouldn't be here today. And so one of the things for us as a public agency to really keep in mind is to try and say yes when these opportunities arise. And then I think the advice for private corporations is to try and make these opportunities available to public agencies. This will have a very big impact on our employees. As John talked about how busy we are, some of our engine companies and like the squad truck that we brought and parked out front, they're running upwards of 30 calls a day. And when you stuff 30 emergency responses into a 24-hour workday, we have a hard time getting our employees their basic human needs. Rest breaks, bathroom breaks, time to eat lunch, things of that nature, time to train both physically and technically on their skills. And so for us, this system brings us not only some time savings, but probably more importantly, a sense of calm in emergency response where you have this green light corridor to travel down and vehicles have a place to go before the fire engine gets there. and that allows us to stay in the proper lanes of travel. When we have to face red lights on a response, it becomes chaotic and dangerous, both for our fire engines, but also for the public. So this type of technology and other technology that we are hopeful about to potentially alert occupants in their car when a fire engine is near them are incredibly important to us. So just to kind of close it on the same thing, a sincere thank you to all of our partners.
Thank you. Yeah, one of in Justin's presentation, I thought one of the slides that was most compelling was the one that showed kind of all of the key stakeholders to making the C-V2X deployment vision work. And, you know, one of the unique things about C-V2X is that it's a cooperative technology, right? And so we really only derive the full benefits of C-V2X when it's deployed at scale, both in vehicles and on the infrastructure. And we don't arrive at that vision without support from that entire ecosystem of partners. And I think this is kind of a small microcosm of that, right? It really is going to take collaborative, very intentional efforts through public-private partnerships to get this off the road and to get this technology deployed. So appreciate your remarks and couldn't agree more. We have 8 or 9 minutes left, and I want to make sure that we have an opportunity for folks in the audience to ask questions. So I am going to pause here for now and see if there are any questions from folks in the audience. And I encourage you to not be shy.
So we have our communication system. We're all tied in to our TMC via fiber. The software that we use is compatible with the CVX system, so it was pretty seamless. It was just connecting the radio to our controller and to our switches that are in the controller, and it was pretty seamless. And I'd like to thank Raul Armenta for being instrumental working with the vendor and then also with the contractor for the installation. You know, it wasn't really easy, but they got it accomplished.
Yeah, I like this question. We had a little bit of a discussion yesterday with our friends at the fire department, and the idea of having a technology that has some primary communications is key. There was a number of parallels that we talked about, 2 in, 2 out, having 2 fire hoses, having double ropes from an emergency response perspective. So the technology that we have incorporates multiple forms of communication. So the idea is to deliver what you saw in the video, getting there faster, avoiding accidents, reducing liability, allowing those emergency responders to get there and do what they need to do. So for us, it's not as much as standing behind one more than the other. So the value is in that the system functions and delivers the expectation of augmenting the operation at the intersection so they can get there quicker. So I hope that sort of answers your question on we're not picking a friendly. We need all the technologies to work, and there are times where cell networks go down and server systems go down and technology gets interfered with. So the idea is whatever works, fantastic. That's what we're trying to achieve. So that again, the whole idea on emergency response is there's not just one solution. There's multiple solutions that's going to deliver what the expectations are. Thanks for the question.
We've got one up front, and then we'll go to the back.
Is this mic on? Hi, who has the question?
Right here. Yep.
Question to users. Can you talk about training or any experience from the user perspective you had to go to allow your staff to use the system? And was it easy for them to start using it? Did you find any lessons learned from that?
I think that the easiest answer is the amount of training we had to do for our firefighters to start using the system was 0, and that was a a good part of this. There was no extra buttons to switch or levers to throw. It's basically tied in. When our operators open the front bay door, start the engine, hit one switch and turns on all of their emergency response lights. The system is live and active, and as soon as they make that left or right turn out of the front of the station, they're ready to start creating that safety response corridor through green lights.
And then we had another question back here.
Hi, this question, I'm actually interested to hear everyone's kind of perspective. So you guys mentioned some of the benefits from this deployment. What were some of the major hurdles you guys had to encounter, and how did you overcome them?
So he said the question was, we already addressed some of the expected benefits, but what were some of the hurdles that we overcame? And I should be clear that we're like in the very early stages of deployment here. We're almost actually kind of in a pre-deployment phase, but I still think we can talk about sort of hurdles that we've had to overcome to get to where we are.
I don't know, I'd necessarily call it a hurdle, but just the learning curve of it, especially on the installation side. A lot of moving parts coordinating between agencies, and for our fleet services to understand and learn how to get them installed was definitely an initial challenge.
Yeah, and then I think there was sort of a very practical hurdle that we had with the fire department, was that you need to find the time to take the vehicle and sort of take it out of cycle and actually install the onboard unit, and we want to do that in a way that doesn't disrupt the normal operations of the fire department. And so we've had to work through some, again, not hurdles, but it's just a logistical issue that we've had to work through with them, right? 10 vehicles that we're looking to deploy on, making sure that we do that in a way that's efficient, that's safe, and that doesn't disrupt the critical work that they do on a day-to-day basis. Any other responses?
Yeah, I think also, just from a technology standpoint, there's still some existing technology applied across both the vehicles and the intersections that's still functioning. So just giving some peace of mind to the operators that the system's going to continue to do whatever it was doing before, but this added technology is providing some level of safety and security passage of vehicles. There's oftentimes a question I was sort of kind of waiting for, but I'm going to jump the gun a little bit. People typically ask, well, so what's the benefit? What are we getting from this? And at the end of the day, what the systems are delivering is about a 10-second per intersection improvement. As you think about, they're driving down the road, now the queue of traffic that might have been stuck ahead of them or just moving slowly, we've got a green light way in the distance of the vehicle getting there. So people are moving through, they begin to see the operation of the system, they just drive along. So just think about that. Marietta, Georgia did a study a couple years ago where they said on an average emergency response, they go through about 6 signalized intersections. And they saw that there was about a 10 to 12 second improvement adding this technology out there. So even my simple math, if I take the simple number, 6 intersections times 10 seconds, that's 60 seconds. That's a full minute of improving emergency response. That's eons for these guys. That's a big difference in, again, managing that once sort of uncontrollable segment of emergency response, and then tagging in the reduction of liability because people have moved out of the way. The secondary accidents, where I call it the game of human Frogger, where people, some pull forward and stop, some move out of the way, some people jump curbs and go into parking lots. All this becomes eliminated now and allows them to free flow and helps to improve in the secondary people around. So it's not just getting them there faster, it's improving the entire network for everybody that's using the roadway.
Anything else on that, Mario? No. Mario referenced this earlier, but one of the other things that we had to overcome was just understanding the regulatory landscape and understanding that there are regulations on the books in California that specifically identify types of vehicles that you can do preemption and traffic signal priority on, and types of vehicles that you can't. And understanding sort of the unique California regulatory landscape, making sure that you are aligned with and have the support of all the right agencies, both locally and statewide, is a really important part of this, really important process. I think that's about all the time we've got. I'll allow one quick question. Oh, we've got a mic. All right.
Yeah, question for the emergency responder team. You mentioned you're a data-driven organization, which I love. The 10-second, 11-second response time improvement through intersections is a really interesting data point. Through the system, have you been able to discern any other data that's helping you in your response or preparation activities?
We're pretty early on with implementing. We have about 900 responses under our belts at our busiest station with this, and we're kind of hoping to see something early on. And the truth is that there's probably 600 or 700 unique addresses in there, and so I think it's just too early. We're seeing some that have improvements, some that haven't yet. So I don't really have a great answer to that, but we're hoping to in the future.
All right, so that's all the time we have. I want to thank our panelists, not just for their time today, but for their leadership and willingness to be innovative and to be sort of first movers in the deployment of this technology. We are really excited about this project. We are going to be collecting data and studying the impact over the coming months, and we very much look forward to sharing that data with you all at a later time. I hope you all learned something. I hope you've got some takeaways, and I hope you will all look to identify efforts to do similar things in your local community. So thanks for being here, and have a fantastic day.
Thank you very much, panel. And thank you for your rapt attention. Note that I didn't schedule any breaks, and hopefully this is so interesting that you'll persist to lunch. But we talked about lessons learned, very initial lessons learned from a very early deployment stage. But now we have a panel coming up that will talk about lessons learned from deployments that have been happening a little bit longer in Southern California. So without much further ado, I introduce Mike Brown, and he will introduce his panelists. Some of whom have PowerPoints, I know. So we'll be moving around a little bit up here, and as we settle the chairs, please, gentlemen, come on up. So again, this segment is entitled Deployment Lessons Learned. So a segue or continuum from what we heard a little bit earlier, with of course a different set of characters. And I say that word kindly, but they are characters. With that, Mike, I'm going to hand the mic figuratively, literally to you.
Excellent, thanks, Jim. And yeah, don't leave. This is going to be really good. I'm actually super excited about this panel. My name is Mike Brown, Southwest Research Institute. I've been working in C-V2X deployments for about 20 years now, and the lessons learned always seem to continue to pile up and be wonderful things we need to try to communicate across more broadly. So the chance to moderate this panel, I was really excited about. We have three wonderful panelists here today. John Ty, City of Anaheim, Kenneth John Gastot from Consignia, and Raj Singh from Caltrans, and they're each going to provide some opening slides and a presentation on what they've been working on with their deployments. We're targeting about 10 minutes for each of those, and then leave about 15 minutes. So think about questions you want to ask. Please take advantage of the opportunity with this panel and ask the questions that you'd like to hear about the deployments and the lessons that they've learned. So with that, I think in the order that we have in the agenda, I think we had John first. John, you want to present?
Hello. Okay, hi. My name is John Ty with the City of Anaheim. I've been with the city for 27.5 years. And prior to that, I was with the City of Irvine and with the City of LA. And all I've been doing is just this stuff way before they had these terms. I think in the 90s, they were called IVHS, right? Long time ago. Yeah, so I'm really old. Okay, I just want to say one thing before I get started. I'm kind of sore yesterday that the Dodgers won and the Angels lost to Ohtani. If they had only spent a little bit more money, and okay, never mind. All right. I just want to share a little bit about my deployment experience. One of the things that I've learned through the years is not just how stuff works, but a lot of times we have to ask ourselves the question of why are we doing this before we even do this, right? A lot of people are just like, hey, this is really neat. Let's put this out there, but fine, but what are you trying to do? And then how are we going to maintain this stuff? So I'll be talking a little bit more about that. And very key also is our field infrastructure ready? Too often we're kind of gung-ho about doing this. Hey, we got federal funding, or hey, let's apply for federal funding. And then what do we do after that? And how does this all fit in? How do we maintain this? And I'm glad people talked about a little bit of training. So that's really cool. So, hey, I can see in front of me. This is really cool. All right. Right there that you see is I just took a picture last week, and I should have taken I should have used one of the older pictures I had, but I didn't think of it. But part of me is because I'm going to be being in front of you. I want to take a picture of a clean installation with a clean cabinet. That was really hard to find, but luckily I was able to find one, and this is right in front of Disneyland, and it's a place that we have a lot of traffic on. And one of the things that we did on Harbor Boulevard, if you've been to Disneyland, is Harbor Boulevard is a key arterial that stretches through what we call the Anaheim Resort, and it provides a lot of traffic. So typically we have between, I don't know, 35 to 40,000 vehicles a day. But when we have events at Disneyland, especially if there's a big celebration of sorts, like these days we have preparations for Halloween. Actually, Halloween Disney events already started since September. Every year it keeps getting earlier and earlier. And just as Halloween is about to be ending today, we're already marching to the Christmas season. So that'll be happening along the way. So do you see that in there on the I guess your left too, my left and your left, you see a typical traffic intersection. I think I have a zoomed in version of this. And then we have a cabinet here, and you'll see that this is one of the cabinets that we put in that has an area to the right side of the cabinet that is geared specifically for putting ITS stuff. Organization is very important when you put it in. So let me see what this slide does. And you'll see this is one of our maintenance contractors putting this up. And it's kind of hard to close lanes and put this stuff in, especially in the morning. And then you'll see on your right-hand side, one of our techs is looking at the fiber infrastructure. Now, I can't stress this enough that I think very often before we actually deploy stuff, we don't do a good enough job of, speccing out and looking at our infrastructure to see if it's ready. Sometimes we pull it in and it's like, oh crap, this cable has pulled and is broken. Right? And I see some heads nodding here. And sometimes we pull in and it's just too tight. Well, what do we do with that? So one of the things that I encourage public agencies to do is to take a look at your infrastructure and what we call, you're probably familiar with this term, it's called proofing the cabinet, right? To proof the infrastructure is to pull stuff in to make sure that there's slack. We think there's slack, but sometimes there's stuff that's broken in between and we don't check that enough. So James here, who's no longer with us, James is our tech, who's actually verifying that there's enough pull rope and there's enough room, there's enough, it looks like there's enough capacity in the conduits, but sometimes there may not be, or there's something broken in the middle that you'd be surprised. And when you pull, you might see that there's wearing of the outer jacket that will ruin the insulation. So those are some challenges that we have. All right, so back in 2019, right before COVID, ITS California was in Anaheim. And so what we did was we had a demonstration project where we're like, okay, we had we have some RSUs that were employed in the field, and then we have some OBUs, and we're trying to say, how does this work? If I were to retrofit a shuttle that drives through this area, and this is on a tour to go see our TMC, the Anaheim TMC. And on the way there, we're going to drive through this corridor that we have these RSUs deployed. And you can see that we have multiple units that are OBUs that are put up. And we wonder if you drive through, and this is really relevant to Omni Air, would these guys be showing the same thing? And this is a very early edition that we did of this. And I think Dimitri, you were on that too. So we were driving through this, and you'd be surprised at some of the outcomes, right? Now we have over here, we have some people that are putting on, and two of them are my interns at the time, and they're now doing really well. But they were interns at UCI, and there's a lot of behind the scenes work. So I wanted to show you that. And one of the things I wanted to share is, deployments take a lot of behind the scenes work, a lot of prep work and all that. So what you see is just very pretty stuff, but all the ugly stuff that happens behind the scenes are actually in action so that these things look very seamless to you, right? And along the way, one of the things that we found is, boy, just because we see what's in here doesn't mean that's what is out there. And so it's a revelation for us to find out that certain things aren't quite as interoperable as you would think. And it's not quite as slam dunk as, oh, just slide this in and it works. Now, we've come a long way since then, and I'm glad to see, but I just want to show you behind the scenes stuff. There's a lot of device setup and calibration, and that was mentioned about. We don't talk about that enough. It's just the pretty stuff that we talk about. Okay, so this is my last slide. And as I go through, I see that there are some various installations. I visited New York. I had a meeting in New York, and boy, I like when one of the opportunities I find really interesting for me is when I go to different places. I always say, oh, this is how they do things in the neck of the woods. And if I get a chance to talk to local agencies, I was like, oh, how do you do this? How does this work? And what was your challenge? And you see that New York, they're very clever. They have like diagonal mast arms and all that, and it's very busy. And you see it's full of stuff. Now, I don't know what their load ratings are, but this looks like a pretty skinny pole with so much stuff on there. And so one of the things that I'm concerned about too, and I think we ought to look at, is some of our standards in terms of physical infrastructure are not really set up for this, right? Like if you look at the standards for our poles and our mast arms and all that, they're only rated maximum of 5. Now I know it's many places there are 6 and 7 items, but I mean these are things that we have to look at in terms of on the traffic control side, but also on the technology side. What I'd like to see also is more integration of some of these components, so we don't have to have 2 or 3 of these things trying to put out there. And my last little comment is some of y'all are creating really neat stuff, but some of you are working in your own silos. And oh, I have this really neat idea, and you develop it, and it's great. However, you don't work with the other groups like the traffic control side and the public agency side. And so if you could only talk to us during the development, then you can see what's important to us, and then you could also incorporate it so that these items don't have to work by themselves, and there's no way to talk between the devices. Well, like for instance, I'll give you an example. Oh, I have this really neat app. Okay, what does it do? Well, it does this. Okay, well, how does my traffic signal controller know that? Because my traffic signal controller, yours doesn't control traffic, right? How do I take advantage of what you already know and put it out there so that it works? But I don't know that. Well, you'd have to go to the cloud, and then you'd have to go to this server, and then, but I can't see your server. So there's always a little bit of a disconnect, and I'd like to see that come more together. So that's just my little experience I want to share. So I'll stop right there. Okay, thank you.
Great. Yeah, thanks, John. Yeah, really good. Okay, Kenneth, go ahead.
Can you hear me? So by the way, this is my first time being with the panel, so if I sound a little nervous, I do apologize. But I think I got something pretty cool here. First of all, thank you, and I'm honored to speak with so many esteemed professionals. I'm not nearly as eloquent or as technical as Raj and John here, but I do have a passion for this industry. I've had some great applications, including wrong-way driving that was actually featured by Director Tavares and his keynote speech. So, got a lot of things going on here. Okay, I'm going to skip some slides to keep it a little bit smaller on time. So we provide, an end-to-end product solution. This includes OBUs, which you would use for your fleets. We also have our ComSigna Central system. So this would be your device and data management platform. So you'd use this for mapping and health checks. We have our RSUs. We're going to have some of this equipment out in the field that we're going to be showing you guys for testing here. So for the RSUs, you got 4G, 5G, V2X, additionally edge computing and intersection apps. So you can use this for wrong-way driving and also VRU. One of the things that's unique to us is we do have an OBU light, and it's about the size of a puck. And you can use this for your birds, your e-scooters, and your bikes. Okay, so for our initial, let's jump around. So for the deployment one that I'm going to go over with you is it's here in Caltrans here locally. We have about 15 intersections, but the focus was actually the travel information messages, SPAT, and map information. Now, some of the challenges that we came up against were we had 22 geometrics. We also had 23 road signs for a total of 43 TIM messages. Okay. So in this particular one, I'm going to skip this slide, sorry. Okay, so for some of the messages and icons that we had to present, some were stand-up, some were also unique and custom to San Diego, like the park and ride. Now the challenges were the TIM placement accuracy. The survey data was unavailable and the Google Maps precision is not very good. Now, one of the things that we did that is unique to CommSignia is we came up with a tooling and mapping solution. And as you can see in this particular slide, it goes from 1 lane to 2 lanes. So we were able to accomplish that. Okay, now for the icon sequencing, there's that one slide showing you how we did that. For the icon sequencing, sorry, I got a slide ahead. We came up with something unique. So typically when you put the icons in, you have one geometric and all 4 of them will pop up at once. So we came up with a slightly different way of doing it, and that would actually have them sequential and little small, so they come up one at a time to kind of get your attention. And with that, I'm going to show you a video of it working. Okay, so this is live. How do I get that to run the video? You can see the messages coming up. This is in Taylor Street.
Caltrans signal.
Stop signs. And we tested it with both 2 OBUs at the exact same time. Curb warning. I'm using video because I'm a little nervous that I don't have to talk too much. U-turn. So we'll be presenting this actually out in the field, in the parking lots for those who would like to attend. It's going to be live. But I also want to show you one other video, and this is probably the most powerful video I've ever seen. One of the things that came up during the U.S. Department of Transportation and the Federal Highway Authority is when they gave this presentation in August a few months ago, they said this is life-saving technology. And one of the things that they did was bring up a veteran whose wife had died by a truck turning right and being ran over by a truck. And I want to show you how this technology can actually save people's lives. So just pull ahead. Oh, here we go, sorry. And go ahead and play. Play. And it didn't work. Is there a way to hit play? Okay. There we go. Thank you. And what you'll see is the car driving, and you're seeing all the pedestrians and bikes. It says there's a bike coming, and the bike just showed up. That's the most powerful video I've seen. That veteran whose wife had died and the mother of 4 children, this kind of technology could have saved it. Thank you.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, this is really good. So moving from a city to a technology provider. Now let's move to a state DOT perspective. Raj, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rajpreet Kangura. I'm District Division Chief here in San Diego, District 11. And as David Mann earlier mentioned, we have 12 districts, District 11 here, southernmost. Next to Mexico, we have San Diego and Imperial County, so both. So we'll talk a little bit about what District 11 is doing, within Caltrans, working with our headquarter teams. We got Stan, Sunny, Jagtar from Dry SI, and at the same time, I have my signal team sitting over there as well watching. So They've been doing great work. Just wanted to applaud that. Working with all of them, we continue to make progress. And I would go first what we have done and then some of the lessons learned right after it, and why we're doing what we're doing. The biggest thing for Caltrans is work zone safety. We've been challenges left and right, statewide. There's a lot of, under the influence drivers, actually, they get into our work zones and you have a loved one that doesn't make that night home. So it's been a big challenge. So I'll talk about a little bit about Vision Zero, which is, nationwide as well as statewide. We want to reduce fatal as well as serious injuries. Talk about a little bit about BSM and why BSM, because that's what's in it for us. We want BSM information so we can leverage it for future funding and move and shift some of our core elements and gain what we need to do, especially with US DOT's V2X advancements. We need to cope with that, and how we do that is by leveraging funding from our traditional core TMS elements to some of the new technology. So that's why BSM is important for us. Talk a little bit about how we're doing from equity point of view. We also have Imperial County, San Diego. We can have power and comm and all kind of cell network available. Imperial County doesn't. There is no power and comm. There is no cell network out there. So we got to do same traveler information messages for them as well. So we'll talk about it a little bit, lesson learned. And I have 2 minutes video, which we'll see, hopefully it plays. So I'm not going to go into our DP36, which is statewide Vision Zero director's policy. Basically by 2050, do whatever our infrastructure needs to be done, make it more forgiving, whatever we can on our pavement bridges side of it. But there is a key element that is going to play a critical role, that what we think is important, and that's our V2X technology in this. So that's why I wanted to have a plug for that. Again, this is our safe system approach, and we have principles on how to make it, more forgiving infrastructure in place. But again, you will see how some of the things that we're trying to do to improve work zone safety through C-V2X. David earlier mentioned Haas Alert. Similarly, we have other pilots in works that is actually to enhance work zone safety through our maintenance and construction zones. And it's a continuous battle, uphill battle with that. A little bit about our CV system architect and the reason we're doing this way. Again, we have Sweetie here. Active ITS is our partner in this. And we want to have our roadside infrastructure, like in metro area here in San Diego, where we have power and comm. But we also have Imperial County, where we don't have anything. We don't even have, other than traffic signals, there is nothing out there. Even some of the areas does not have cellular communication available. So from that point of view, we needed to look at something else, and that's where we looked at satellite option. We have a Corvus system that we deployed as a 3-year pilot, and not only that we have control our all of our roadside infrastructure through that system, we also use satellite options for it. And you will see in the next slide how this kind of pan out. Again, taking in BSM data continuously. This is our internal, server setup at the TMC, Transportation Management Center, and some of the folks that work on it, it's actually already present here. We're trying to see how we can leverage the data that we collect from this edge devices, and future we change and shift our existing TMS to this. This is our architecture for it. On the left, you see the TMC. We package it through our Corvus, and then we send it to situational data exchange. And you can see, as a public sector, we are providing plugins for everything that is willing and actually can take the data from us. Google, TomTom, SiriusXM. We want to reach and gain penetration as quickly as possible for some of these traveler information messages, especially in Imperial County, where you actually don't have infrastructure. And at the same time, we are also at the bottom. If you look from the Corvus bottom, we are also controlling our RSU at the same time, which is our edge devices. So trying to cover all bases to penetrate and deliver a necessary message as needed. I'm not going to go into detail. This is again one of the lessons learned when you have a lot of traveler information messages and a lot of signs coming up, how you sequence them. And we are learning it hard way. And so sometimes you have to play it to kind of see how it pops up as you traveling down the road. And what makes sense for the driver. You know, obviously you don't want driver to be distracted, but at the same time, if it's an important sign and needs to show up at the right time, you know, you need to sequence and code it accordingly. Some of the things that we are looking at incident management, it's a big factor for us, you know, how to reduce the response time. We had earlier panel talk about response time and secondary incidents. Well, you know, it's going to play a role with the C-V2X is going to play a role with it. We are, you know, we are training our workforce, our technicians that are actually managing these incidents, going to be able to put a traveler information messages in a quick turnaround, and some of the technology will facilitate it. So they're not generating traveler information from scratch. They actually have a systems built in. They put it in, they bring it in, and they plan. And it's pop up for the secondary drivers to avoid that area instead of being going back into the queue. Again, not going to the detail. Again, devil is in the details. How you plan your traveler information, signage, messages, how you go beyond an interchange so people can actually use alternate routes and avoid that queue. That's important, and operators need to understand that as well to give as much as visibility to it. Some of the lesson learned on, again, you have hardware side and Consignia is a great partner. We have other vendors, you know, again, Caltrans is open. Our specs are open. We don't, you know, specifically call out unless it's really necessary. But again, learning from field and remote management, application monitoring on a regular basis, guidance, that's important, staff guidance and continuously watching that it's not drifting. Again, on onboard unit side, you got your unit configuration, making sure that it's set up and operating correctly. Then on our central application side is the situational data exchange server, how we are managing it, how it's properly working, and routine server monitoring and maintenance. On the software side, you got the map messages, you know, intersectional geometry plays a key role. We're learning a lot about map. It's not easy, like some people say. There are 5 section heads. There are other movements that you have to relate from a traffic signal phasing to your movements, and you have overlap signals. You have permissive protected. How you correlate those movements is really important when it comes to SPAT and map messages. So again, some of the recommendation, keeping devices up to date, avoid any software issues. You know, you familiarize themselves with RSUs and geometrics as well as online applications. Vendors are our partners. We work very close to them, and Kenneth is a perfect example for that. And we continue to improve working together, private-public partnership. Again, this is a little bit about the SPAT message that I was earlier talking about. You have your fixed 8 faces, but then your movements are a lot more complicated. You have overlap faces. You have hardware faces. Sometimes, you know, our maintenance go out there and hardwire it, which is not even part of your signal controller timing. So how you want to make sure that your driver is not confused for that. So we want to make sure that it's properly displaying in your SPAT and map messages. And then multi-phase, a little bit about role and external control devices. Your 5 section heads that, on the left is a key. And I agree with John Ty. All of our infrastructure is 5 case. And when you start putting the signs and our radios on it, it's complicated. So we are even working with headquarter teams to come up with a special arm that kind of comes out of the shaft. So it's not part of the mounting, because otherwise, you always fighting for space. And if you mount it on the pole shaft, you have a lot of challenges with the refractions and not communicating properly. Radio does need a little bit of extended arm. That's what we find out the hard way, and something to work with standards, so that way we don't have to worry about that. I do want to talk about anticipated update for CTI 4501. This CTI 4501 updates may introduce additional requirements for event states, differentiating through and the right turn movements and all that. So there's always improvements, and we want to be updated, and we want to be on par for our teams to understand all these things that are coming way. And this is again going back to collecting the BSM, software inside. You're making decisions, and we're working with headquarter team. What do we want to do? Open source, enterprise, SQL, MySQL, how we take the data, how we create performance reports out of it quickly on demand. So this is the time. It's a great time. We are learning, and we making a lot of progress in this field. Again, this data that is coming to us through BSM is going to be very valuable for us, and we want to leverage that. Another thing that we did encounter is again, as you know, you got the differential here. You have Earth, constantly you got the RTSM network that you need to have a correction on. So how we do it statewide, we are working with our internal partners. Our survey team has, a lot of infrastructure in place all over the state. So we're working internally on RTSM correction using our existing survey system that's already out there. So that's internally to Caltrans, and it's a good lesson learned. Instead of going out and trying something else, we are going to be able to make it work internally. So with that, if we can play the video, let's see. Okay, thank you. So this will kind of give you
Innovation
overall.
Project finalists. Situation Data Exchange Integration into the District 11 Intelligent Transportation System. Caltrans, Caltrans District 11, Tri-Hydro Corporation, Caltrans District 11 Electrical Systems. Caltrans District 11 provided innovative solutions to help Caltrans achieve Vision Zero. District 11 installed back-office applications in the Transportation Management Center. They were created and streamlined for the formation of traveler information messages and reach a broader audience through connected vehicle technologies and third-party navigation applications. One of these solutions is the integration of an operational data environment and the situation data exchange with our advanced transportation management system. Through these solutions, it is possible to communicate dynamic messages to drivers about any unexpected changes in driving conditions and to improve safety by preventing primary and secondary crashes, enhance incident management and traffic operation, and increase public trust in the agency.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Raj. Okay, that was really good. Good perspectives from everyone across the board. I would like to give the chance for the audience to pick these guys' brains. I know you all have some questions about these deployments and the lessons they've learned and how it can help you. Who wants to start the question? Got one over here. Anyone have any initial thoughts?
So
Large
right now
language
it
models.
currently has a ping. So as two messages pop up, you can have a notification. I think there has been some discussion regarding the messaging, verbal directions, but I don't have an answer for you on that one. I could find out and get back to you though.
So you could be competing with your GPS navigation and your entertainment systems and others if you have relying completely on verbal. But I think right now it is a ping. Basically, it's alerting you that there is a new traveler information messages up or upcoming. Again, overall, I think our role is to reduce driver distraction as we travel. So if it helps with that somehow, I think obviously there will be research and probably we'll have some sort of implementation on it. But some of the messages could be complicated. It's a lot more visual. So I guess it depends on scenarios and if it reduced the distraction time.
I think some of this underscores what I've asked for is that the people who build and develop these products, right, that they talk to actually users and deployers, right? Because in the lab you don't see what's out there in the field, and then when you go out in the field and then you actually try things, you learn a lot more. And I think one of the things in our industry, because I'm involved with a lot of standards, is we're too worried about getting the perfect product out there that's problem-free. Okay. Now I'm one of those guys that believes that you don't have to have a perfect product to put it out, but you have to have something. Okay, because we learn and we can correct from what we learn. But if we don't put it out there and we keep delaying too long, then it kind of defeats the purpose of being useful or on time, and then it doesn't make sense. And one of the things we always have to ask is, as you rightly point out, is the whole point of doing this is to reduce driver distraction. If you're driving like this all the time, then I don't know what it does, but I think it fails, because if you can't keep your eyes on the road and see what's going on, then I think that product needs vast improvements.
Yeah, that's great. Great start for initial question with the large language models.
One other thing is nice is in that particular installation, there is a stop sign where the bushes are covered up. Yeah. So it's nice that the TIMs can continually work. You can put them in temporarily if there's construction, but that once again, it's augmenting the driver who someone maybe stole a stop sign, for example.
Yeah, good point. Mr. Kiesniak, go ahead.
Two-part questions. One, in the standards group, we talk about availability of the system. And we talked about should we set the target for V2X system availability, and what should target be? Is it 95% available, 100% available? And the opinions differs because of the O&M aspect, which is who will maintain, who will can it be maintained as effectively with traffic signals, et cetera, et cetera. So question to the panel, what's your experience so far? Is the system maintainable? Does it require additional maintenance? Different from what your traditional infrastructure, and what do you think the target should be when we eventually get to it?
All right, I'll take a stab at this first. So what we find mostly is the grant programs that we receive or we apply for, they have an initial deployment element, and that's great. And then after that, it's like, all right, you're on your own. And I get it. Okay. So I think now one of the so in our neck of the woods, OCTA, the MPO who handles funding for gas tax, we're asking them now to, and they've been amenable to this, is to have a project component that consists of the deployment phase and at least 2 years of M&O, maintenance and operations, right? That gives us a chance to tweak what's wrong, to repair, because it looks great when you first deploy it. It takes probably a year, and within a few months, if you don't keep track of it, then it's going to go kaput. And then what's the sense of putting all that infrastructure out there and doing all this stuff? So that's my first one. My second comment with this is with respect to how much how many percent of this has to be correct before you deploy it, right? So I'm one of those guys that, as I said, I believe we've got to have something to learn from something. But what I do is I don't advertise it. So when I deploy it, nobody knows I have already deployed it until I have a certain level of confidence that what it is displaying is what it is actually truth, ground truth. So I would like it. I'm just throwing out a number. If it's less than 90%, I would not even advertise it. And I always advertise it with a caveat that it is in draft mode, and there's more to come. But from now, we can expect something like this, and then things will only get better. And I always go with the least common denominator so that it's easily understood by people, because if you don't have initial support, it's going to fail. You won't get future deployments. And I always set my targets low so that it is easily achievable.
I agree with John, and I also, 90% is great. For us, we have a similar approach. Our I-15 20-mile corridor has been up and running for almost 2 years now. We've been fine-tuning it. It was not advertised. It was part of a shop project that we were able to take some of the funding and leverage for this technology. We've been learning a lot. Our teams has been learning a lot. Like you mentioned, it is not traditional traffic signal. It is not a RAM meter or anything. You do need a little bit of different of set your knowledge base and be able to actually change it. So we actually within our teams have built a CAV team, one from each. RAM meter signal side is more involved because obviously signal has a lot more to contribute to. But we are eventually probably going to need like David mentioned earlier, training, CAV training, and built on CAV training, have user guidance available, how we take system engineering approach and we apply into our projects, starting from a PIP, earlier phases all the way to maintenance and operations, how this fits into it, because again, it's not a traffic signal. We don't just put the poles up, get the conduits and wiring in, and then we come back and we install our traffic controller. That's not how it's going to work. This has to fit into the project cycle, all the way to maintenance and operation. And after that, we need to have our classifications and the trained people that can actually maintain and operate. And that's both on maintenance side as well as our operation side. Maintenance side, electricians are not trained to work on our CAV systems. So there is a need for that, as well as our operation side, which is already kind of learning and jiving into that, but nothing on maintenance side yet. More has to come.
Okay. One more question. We got time for a few minutes. One more question back there. Go ahead.
On one of the slides, I think it was in the video, there was a slide on RTCM, the corrections. And the way we've always, we're having a lot of discussions about that right now in the standards. But a lot of the discussion seems to revolve around the vehicle's use of that and the benefit for the vehicle. But the way I read that slide was it almost sounded like the infrastructure may also be getting benefit from that, because there was one thing that says it enables you to pinpoint like the location of a pedestrian or vehicle accurately. Is that true? Are you guys using maybe sniffing BSMs to get a better idea of the device locations after they've corrected their positions, or not?
It's a great questions. Yeah, it's actually both. We are looking at not only improving our map files to make sure that you have correct geometry in place, and the accuracy of the lane and crosswalks are so important when it's vulnerable road users applications that will be deployed. So that crosswalk, if it's shifted by even 5 feet, that's not good anymore. So that's important for us. So that's why we are looking into it. Thank you.
And in that particular video I showed of the two HMIs, one was using RTK correct and one was not. We were able to get very creative to kind of widen the geometrics to let that drift happen. But future releases of RSUs, that won't be an issue because that will be incorporated.
So I'll just add a last point. I mean, as if we don't have enough challenges up here, right? I think as vehicles are going to be hoping at one point to depend more and more on the information they feed, we feed them, RTCMs have to be like updated regularly, right? I mean, if you have construction or an accident, I mean, who's going to do all that stuff? Because as you drive, it's going to say, hey, that doesn't match that. I was expecting to have 2 lanes and it's now closed down to 1 lane. So that's going to be a challenge for us to keep that always alive so that it's relevant. Because once you lose the trust of the system or of the user, it's really hard to get it back. And I think that's something that is going to be a big challenge.
Okay, great. I know we are at time and it's time for the next panel, so I do want to hand this off. But please help me in thanking these panelists for all their expertise and sharing with us. Thank you.
Oh, I am. We give thanks again to the panel for imparting their wisdom. They've gone through the School of Hard Knocks, and they look like they're in great shape for it. And this sets the stage for the next panel, and the panel before lunch, which is on those who want to deploy or are about to deploy. I know a little bit because I've seen some of the slides in advance. I am the moderator, by the way, so I'm doing dual duty here. I have to ITS California board member, and actually there is an ITS California board member in the panel, but we don't want him to moderate himself. So this panel is more than a panel of one. It also has Adam Siddiqui from District 12. Adam, come on down. Is Adam here? Oh, there he is. Good. Because I only know Adam by email, but now I know him by face. Thank you. So please join the panel. Thank you. And both Adam and Carlos Ortiz, CEO of Advantech Consulting Engineers, hey, they already have some experience. So it's a little mixed, but they have grand ambitions and a grand plan for deploying. And we're going to hear a little bit about it from both, and then, as per normal, have some Q&A. But so not only are they prospective deployers, but again, they are already deployers. So without much further ado, I'm going to sit down next to you in a moment, Adam. But please go ahead and start your little discussion on what you plan on doing.
Who's going first, Jim?
Oh, we're going first. All right.
There's a third panelist.
She is Ija from our district. And
Okay,
she's
wonderful.
A presenter.
Okay.
I thought that we had an arrangement that she's.
Okay, I didn't hear that, but I'm more than happy to accommodate that. Yes.
Is that okay with everybody?
Is absolutely okay.
Thank you. You know, they intentionally put us before lunch so we can make it quick and everybody goes to lunch.
The they is me, so.
That's you?
Yes.
All right, so that's what it is. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for being a part of this event. And thanks for allowing us to be here and presenting our project to you guys. My name is Adam Siddiqui. I'm an acting office chief in District 12, Orange County, Caltrans, of course. And I'm going to allow her to introduce herself. She's.
Hi, everybody. My name is Ija Karki, and I work in electrical systems with District 12.
Thank you. And we try to basically discuss some of the elements that you already saw in the previous presentation for John Tai and Raj and the other gentleman. So it is, again, our project is basically the ICM, Integrated Corridor Management System in Orange County, and we didn't focus on the ICM project, but we do focus on the elements of the ICM, which is in this case connected vehicle. Next slide, please. Oh, you want to do it? That's fine with me. Which one should I click? This.
The green arrow.
Oh, the green arrow. This one? All right. The project itself was initiated around long time ago, but it went to construction in 2020. And it is still scheduled to be finished by May of 2025, next year, around the corner. It is right now in the construction. The initial project estimate was around $8.8 million, and maybe by now it's around the same amount, maybe a little bit more. However, the project was awarded last week, in fact, with an additional $5.8 million by FHWA. That amount was as a result of a teamwork between District 12 and our consultants and our headquarter partners, which we are really appreciative of all of their efforts and their support. That money is going to be only toward the CAV or connected vehicle elements. It is not as a part of the ICM project itself. We have a list of all the components that are covered as a part of the ICM, but specifically related to the connected vehicle part of that project. Before we go one by one on those list of items, on the right side, you see a map of Orange County. In fact, some of those that they are not familiar with the Caltrans system, Caltrans has 12 districts, and Orange County is the only one district that is one county itself, if I'm not making a mistake. So we are one county, one district, and that's District 12. The dark purple is the major corridor, which is the I-5, somewhere from San Clemente all the way to Anaheim. And when you see those blue dots versus the orange one, the orange ones are within the ICM triangle. There are 3 corridors, the I-5, SR-57, and SR-91. That is our ICM triangle. However, the CAV or the connected vehicle elements are not only limited to those. We do have around 50 plus or maybe 50 to 55 of these elements RSUs within the triangle area, but the rest of them are all scattered throughout the Orange County area. And as you see, you cannot see the names of the freeways, but those are the entire I-5, the entire 405, within Orange County, of course, and then 55, 57, and 22. Those are our major freeways within District 12 in Orange County. We try to have elements, or I mean the RSU elements throughout Orange County, depending on where we need those elements the most. Some of those elements are at the intersections, which is very much limited, like around 50 plus of those. The rest of those are all on the freeway system itself. On the left side that you see, beside the descriptions, Asia is going to go one by one on what are those components of the connected vehicle elements that we're trying to basically have as a part of this project.
So like Adam mentioned, our OC triangle experiences significant traffic impacts due to recurrent and non-recurrent congestion. The triangle area consists the highest concentration of regionally significant trip generators in the county, including, and this one will be no surprise, Disneyland, the Angel Stadium, and the Honda Center. So that's why we have our focus in the triangle, as you can see with the red pins. The picture displays all 188 RSUs that District 12 has deployed. Like Adam mentioned, there's 52 that are at the intersections and 136 that cover the rest of the freeways. So that gives us the ability to inform travelers in advance with important messages and warnings. District 12 is using Concert's connected vehicle management system with our RSUs, along with servers and licenses for data storage and exchange. At the 52 intersections, we upgraded the Caltrans controller software to NTCIP firmware to better support the connected vehicle applications. We connected our intersections to fiber and deployed Vivid's cameras and video analytic applications. We're moving the RTCM server, which Raj went over, to District 12. So they'll be taking it from a test bed, a research test bed, and bringing it to a production environment in District 12. And the exchange of messages will be authenticated and validated with the security certificate management system. And we're in the process of procuring 10 OB units so we can continue our complete test for the RSUs and the OBUs. And like Adam mentioned, some really good news for our district. Recent good news was we were awarded the ATTAIN grant. So that will expand the capabilities beyond the ICM with connected vehicle messaging accuracy and reliability, V2X data exchange platform, video analytic integration, and technology interoperability.
Next slides, we're focusing on the elements or the expectations or applications of the connected vehicles. I think I like the sentence when Raj is here or not. Raj mentioned about safety, zero fatality, our objective. California Department of Transportation has this goal on their list as the #1 priority for a very long time, that we want to have zero fatality and a lot less injuries as a part of these accidents that happens. And we're trying to focus on what can we do using today's technology to make sure that we obtain that goal. And it doesn't mean only for motorists, it means for motorists, for Caltrans employees, for workers, contractors, maintenance people, and all of those. So we try to identify the causes of these accidents and the causes of these things that causes a lot of injuries. You see this list that we're going to go, maybe Isha is going to go one by one. Those are our objectives that we want to use technology in order to make sure that we provide a safer and a better environment for those people that are using our system.
So we evaluated various CV applications, and the following list is what will be integrated into our project. On the right, you'll see a concept example of the pedestrian warning application, which serves as a critical use case we're working on to enhance safety. And that's our priority. Like Adam said, we have to make sure not just one group is safe, but every user of the road has to be safe. The two applications highlighted in red are applications that we have the capability to deploy. However, they require additional partnerships to move forward. So we're targeting them as part of our future roadmap. But everything else that's listed is CV applications that District 12 is currently working on. So these are some of the lessons learned. At the 52 locations that we mentioned before, the red pins on the map, at the intersections, we had to have a firmware update. So this is the first time that we'll be using a non-Caltrans firmware. So we're using a consultant firmware. We're keeping the 2070 controllers with the NTCIP firmware. So that was one of the updates that we had to do for this project. And then bullet point 2 and bullet point 4 sort of go hand in hand. So at District 12, we had a plug fest, and we used our existing intersection. So for convenience, we picked the one closest to the TMC, which happens to be Sand Canyon. And we had multiple vendors demo their product in an active intersection with our existing system. Testing equipment integration into our system prior to procurement helped us develop and tweak the necessary requirements and understand conflict with our existing system and the vendor's units. And from that, we get the second bullet point. So for our vulnerable road user detection, we move forward with DIRC video analytics, and that allows real-time status through connected vehicles. And most importantly, this is a dynamic industry. So things are always changing, and you always have to adjust accordingly. And those changes can happen quickly. So we still are dealing with that. And one of the ways something that would help is delaying the procurement to the last minute for what elements you want to purchase for your project. For example, our specs started off with DSRC, and then they went through many changes, and now we're doing C-V2X. And we went through version 1, now we're in version 2, which includes CV, Wi-Fi, and Bluetooth. And another thing we're doing is we're upgrading all of our intersection RSUs. At the beginning of the project, we got version 1s for our main line and our intersections. But with the version 2 RSUs, we can handle simultaneous connections such as virtual PSMs, SPAT, and MAP. RSU version 1s had communication limitations, which is resolved with version 2. So that's why we're doing that upgrade.
I want to add, before Isha go to the next description of item by item, I want to add to this. As we all know, technology is extremely growing fast. One of the things that we need to be careful, or one of the lessons learned, is this. When we initiated the ICM project, the bigger project that all the connected vehicle elements are a part of this, I remember that we initiated the project initiation proposal, PIP, several years ago. At that time, 80% of the technology that we have today was not even discovered. So that means that the project itself was extremely dynamic. Now, one lesson that we all might say this is that I think John Tai even mentioned also, we don't want to sacrifice something less perfect for a perfect solution. What we can do is we need to be dynamic with the technology. We need to be open to add and modify and subtract elements or part of a project as we move forward. That ICM project around 10 years ago, by the time it got planned and by the time that it got resources and by the time that we tried to advertise it and bring it to construction until today, has changed a lot. It brought a lot of additional components, and that is a major philosophical lesson that we always need to learn and keep in mind, that we cannot bound ourselves to something that was okay back then and we say, no, we're going to go with that thing, which gives us as a linear projection from here forward. What we are having today as a top technology available in the market will be something maybe outdated in a year from now or 2 years from now or by the next event that we're going to have in this location. And that is something that we need to be prepared always to still have the doors open for the future technology. And beside the United States, California is a transportation model around the world. Caltrans is basically an organization that our policies in our manuals and our books are copied in schools and universities around the world teaches from that thing. However, when we search for the technology around the world, there are other parts of the world that they are in some areas much more advanced than California. So that's another lesson learned, that either by this project or any other project, we want to have an open mentality of how the rest of the world has already gone to a more advanced level and how can we bring and incorporate those lessons learned from them as well. Those are at the philosophical level of how we can have a bigger, open, more vision for our project. And some of the technical elements that you're going to see over here is that these are just the simple thing that can be avoided or thought otherwise if we would know things ahead of time.
So you want to avoid high mass poles with ring lowering systems. And that seems very obvious in hindsight, but this was one of the lessons we learned. And installing anything with those ring camera device lowering systems obstructs the camera access during maintenance. So the simple solution is avoid those high mass poles entirely, or what District 12 did is you can opt for a compatible mechanism such as a camera lowering device, which is also a lot safer for our maintenance crew because they can stay on the ground and use the system to bring the camera down linearly. So that way it doesn't collide with anything else you want to install on the pole. And even for future installations, depending on what new technology comes that we need to install, I think that this would be a much better system to use. And you want to avoid signal blockage from above. So ensure no equipment or structures are directly above the RSU that could block the signals to the antenna, which there's two antennas on the top of the RSUs. Due to this reason, detailed B, pictured on the right, would not be the ideal location for the RSU. And that matches with this first picture here. So you can see that that's one of the don't do examples. Ideally, you want to mount the RSUs on the mast arm, which is preferred to achieve clear line of sight to approaching vehicles and intersections, which would also reduce the signal obstruction by being positioned outward on the arm rather than on the pole or behind a structure. You also want to position your RSU for optimal traffic coverage. So mount the RSU facing the intersection. This means mounting the RSU is not enough. You have to turn the RSU to ensure that it will effectively sense oncoming traffic from all necessary directions. And you want to select the proper pole width. The wider pole increases risks of signal blockage or interference, which again, you can see with how thick this first pole is on this first picture, that would not be ideal. The pole width should ideally be no greater than 1/3 of the RSU width. And lastly, you want to time your construction to occur when you have your FCC license approval. Once approved, there is a limited time to activate your RSUs or else you have to reapply. And even reapplying is a time-intensive process. Each RSU needs its own individual application. And for us, that's 188 applications, which takes time. And I know because I did all 188 of them. But a tip would be to coordinate the anticipated construction timelines with your RSU installation. And that's it for District 12.
Thank you, Ija. Yeah, that's the end of our presentation. I hope we didn't go beyond our limited time.
No, it was fascinating.
Yeah, thank you.
And
Thank you.
let's hear for another fascinating presentation, then think of questions to ask audience.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Thank
you. Good job, Caltrans District 12. Appreciate it. Let's see. And Jim, thanks for the invitations. This is a great venue, great topics today, so thank you. Now I'm going to take you to another region in California, which is we're building a smart region in the Coachella Valley. It's one of the biggest called smart region programs in the United States. And with that, I want to give you a presentation on that. It's 9 years in the making, but I'm going to keep it in 12 minutes for Jim. So give you a bit of perspective. We have over 12 different agencies in the part of this program, including 4 tribal nations, which is very amazing to have the tribal nations as part of an executive committee. And Caltrans District 8 they've been a really excellent, great partners for this program. If you're not aware of Coachella Valley, they're located in Riverside County, about an hour and a half from here. And it's a very dynamic area. One of the most, I work in Thrive, California. It's one of the most dynamic area with traffic. They have over 67 different events throughout the year. They just built a hockey arena. So every year they're building more and more events. So it's very dynamic. How do we manage traffic, improve safety as well, and improve the environment in the desert too. So this program started in 2016. Our job was the vision was to bring a all legacy proprietary technology to the real next generation technology, making the region bold and smart and take it to the highest level. So that was my job for my client. So 9 years in the making. And the beautiful about this, we also went through the planning process. We went through a major ITS master plan throughout the region. It was approved by the Federal Highway. And part of that, when we're dealing with technology from the 50s, 60s, 2000 or so, our job is to really, the vision was to use technology with open architecture in mind, where we're not going to do R&D, and that was a key part, using commercially off-the-shelf technologies. We also looked at our 7 corridors in the region and prioritized the deployment of different corridors and intersections. And we evaluated over 50 or 60 different technologies throughout the process. We went away from loop detectors to video detection and from copper to fiber and wireless communications. So to give you a perspective now, move a few years after that, is that design here shows you three major phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. Phase 1 is constructed already. The light green, the blue lines. Phase 2 is under construction. Phase 2 has 21 intersections, 21 corridors, 250 signalized intersection. Phase 1 had 3 corridors, and the green line is we want to use as a bypass for the I-10. Hopefully work with Caltrans on a ICM there, where we have all the technologies on the roadway and work on incident management there, because this is a major thoroughfare from the ports of LA, Long Beach to the East Coast, and there are a lot of incidents on the freeway. Let me see. So in perspective, this is like how we link all the cities with a regional traffic management center with using a secure communications network. We selected different technologies, including Q-Free, Genetec for video management, Q-Free for ATMS, and other technologies as well. And also yesterday, we got signed plans to start construction, building a traffic operations center inside the venue where they conduct the Coachella Music Festival and Stagecoach Festival. They just signed a 30-year lease. You're going to have a lot of venues every month of the year. So C-V2X make that commitment to support the management inbound and outbound traffic going through those events. So in a perspective, this is kind of like the architecture from the intersections to each city and to the regional TMC. We have 21, probably right now, 22 software deployed so far. My client's here, Chris Gunterson with C-V2X, and my job is to make sure he understands every software here and what we're doing next. And if you see on top of this graphic, we really emphasize and deploy a strong cybersecurity element, from the communication controllers to the hubs, all the way to the cloud services. And now we're in the process really to working with some of companies there to start implementing some artificial intelligence technologies. So in a nutshell, this is what we built so far in phase 1. Phase 2, you see the regional traffic management center there on the right, on the bottom. And actually, we're going to be moving to another location. So again, it's growing. But we have over 12,000 ITS elements. We do have an asset management software where we have all the IP addresses, the warranty to manage the system. As you build this, you have to maintain that. And we are including, say, plus 400 C-V2X units. There's a lot of development going on, and each development are adding more signals so that we continue to improve the region as well. What are the benefits of C-V2X and why are we here? Because really, as a region, they have invested close to $200 million in infrastructure. They're making a digital infrastructure a smart region. And part of that was really integrate the C-V2X. And actually, we were not going to implement the RSC units because they say no. We told them there's some issues there, maybe obsolete. And once we got approved to the C-V2X, that's where I was tasked to update my plans and start putting the C-V2X technologies there. And really, when I used it, the SPAT, the VSM technology there to be able to, again, improve mobility and safety in the corridor. And one of the, like John Tice and others say about the equipment in the signal intersection, we want to make sure we use a box like the C-V2X radio that we can have Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, and other technologies that adding more equipment to it, so we can do arterial management system. We can predict traffic patterns, origin, destination, and we can prepare in real time signal synchronization plans when we have those major events. The other part too, C-V2X has other major project building a 50-link trail for pets, bikes, and ATVs. In the desert, it's golf carts. Of course, we got over 100 golf courses out there, so it is critical to how do we link that those modes to the system as well. And as you can see here, also to enhance safety, I would say the photo down in the below is Hillary, the storm that hit the valley about a year and a half ago. This is Caltrans I-10 freeway. And thanks to C-V2X technology being deployed, we made a call to District A, hey, you guys got to shut down the freeway because they were not aware of this flooding. So again, working with our partners is critical, integrating this real-time technology, and what else can we do with to improve safety and mobility. Right now, I'll give you a perspective overall on this system. So phase 1 is constructed, phase 2 is under construction, and we're looking at additional phases too as we start deploying more radios. We have we selected Unix, and through every technology we did an assessment, and when we were told to go ahead and move on with the C-V2X. We invited 2 companies. Unix was one. I'm not going to name the other company, but the other company, they say they weren't going to show up, but they didn't show up for the pilot projects. So Unix met all the 300 performance requirement we put in to be able to test it, and they got selected. So this map gives you, it's kind of hard to read, but a perspective of this, all the icons, just the C-V2, the RSUs, where we going, where we are, where we going, including that about an hour from the Coachella Valley, there's a city called Blythe. So on the Arizona border, and even though it's out there, it's part of this Coachella Valley Association of Government. So we want to, in the future, integrate some technologies in the region. So can we play this video here? So let's see, here it is. It's part of the pilot project that we did for the C-V2X is to really do a real-time pilot project. So Western system in with Unix deployed the technology, they tested it, and it worked. I mean, so that's what every technology we deployed there, we did some type of a pilot project and assessment to make sure that they meet the region's requirements and performance. And I agree with you what you say. We got to build something. It's a scalable, expandable system. Technology will change, but we got to have the foundation, which is the infrastructure, the communication, the smart controller, smart intersections, the TMC. So it is critical to build that. And let's see. And what we're doing next, I mean, this is a region I invite on behalf of my client to and other like Caltrans to do a pilot projects in the region. We're set for that. I'm working with a possible autonomous shuttle to bring out there, hopefully next year. I'm also working with Cisco and Verizon to do a cellular virtual RSU. The pilot project will likely be in the next 3 weeks. But again, we try to find other opportunities to what else can we do with this technology we got out there. And for us, really, the cellular technology is critical for the special events. The Coachella Music Festival, they bring over 400, 500 buses to the region from LA, Orange County, San Diego. So having an OBU in the car, it's not going to work because they rent those buses. But having some type of cellular C-V2X will work to providing a signal priority to get flush in and flush out the traffic. And with that, we are very proud to this year won major awards. We're not done yet. We're just in the beginning, and this is a region that's growing, and like I said, we welcome vendors, new technologies, new application, and our partners as well, like clients and others too. So with that, thank you.
Thank you. Before we begin the questions, and I reserve the right as moderator to ask the first question, I'm going to make 2 observations. One is I am awestruck at the vision from both regions. We're not talking about a few RSUs and some deployment. You're talking about solving real problems at scale. Yeah. And to that, I'm going to add some applause here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Secondly, this is, you saw and listened to the US DOT, the quick synopsis of the US DOT deployment plan. It's an infrastructure-led deployment plan. And so you're leading, right? So I would suggest, and I've always suspected, and now we know that Southern California is a hotbed for V2X deployment.
Yeah, yes.
With strong leadership. But now my question, and there'll be other questions perhaps, I hope. The question is that there's a lot happening on the infrastructure, and you briefly all 3 speakers briefly mentioned signal priority and signal preemption. But there are very few onboard units that you have. Is that the next phase, or how are you going to get to the scale? Obviously, the OEMs will come, but they're going to come in a little bit later time. So you're going to get some benefit right now, right? As we heard earlier today from public sector emergency services with captive fleets. You hinted a little bit about partnerships. So folks from Orange County, can you talk a little bit about that? And Carlos and Coachella Valley afterwards, can you talk about how you're going to get these devices onto vehicles?
Yeah, this is a good question. And I think I already mentioned, I don't have 6th sense, but I can see ideas. And I knew that you're going to come up with a question like this. We do have, I think, 10 units that we're in the process of using those things on pilot vehicles of our own. And we are trying to see that how it's going to work to just make a pilot within Caltrans itself. And then from there on, we can move forward to maybe additional organizations or local cities that they might have the same plan. I don't know if John Tai is here or not. Our ICM project captures 9 cities, part of 9 cities, and the bigger part is city of Anaheim. We have a major partnership with the city of Anaheim. So, and we want to be on the same platform as much as possible. What you mentioned is, again, it goes to something, a futuristic plan that we can build on. And the future is much dependent on how much money and where we get the money and what are the financial resources. So hopefully, considering that, we are very creative on applying for more grants and more money and more resources, so we can propose these ideas in some way in partnership with our local jurisdictions, in some other areas just only from Caltrans itself. And the more money that we get, the more we are going to use those funds for, as you mentioned, for additional enhancements and advancements and additional units.
Thanks for the comprehensive answer. Do you have anything to add?
So with the 10 OBUs, the initial plan within Caltrans, well, for District 12 is going to be splitting some into maybe our maintenance vehicles that we use just within the TMC, and then probably the bulk of it will go into our fleet vehicles, the ones that are going to be around these RSUs. And that's where the initial testing is going to be and how we're going to be able to see, okay, what do we do next? And the second part answer to that question, I think, is partnerships, like you said, especially with Anaheim. That's such a key part of our district, with so much going on at all times with all these different events happening. So I think that's where we'll probably move to next. That's how I see it.
Too bad John Tai left. Yes. Carlos, from a Coachella Valley perspective, this idea of how do you equip vehicles? What's the plan?
The plan is actually, Chris has a brand new Tesla paid by CVAC. It's a CVAC card, and we put in the first OBU in there. Wasn't cheap, they're about 10 plus K, but in their external OBUs. But our goal is, similar to Caltrans, is really to find partners, number one. And I do want to, we're not just looking at vehicles, we want to look at pets and bikes and golf carts. So I do want to talk to Spoke, one of the key players out there in the market, but in trying to help how we can do pilot projects with them. And also, how do we work together to chase future grants? Because we do need the private entities, the OEMs, to help us write and help win those grants. But at the same time, see, they're in the process really once we get settled down a little bit more, because again, we got all this construction, all this technology. We may be, I say, procuring some OBUs. Same thing for city maintenance vehicles or the PD or the fire department first. One step at a time.
May I make a slight answer that it wasn't cheap? So the way to make things cheap is to have standards and interoperability and competition.
Correct.
So the standards community is working on aftermarket V2X device specification. So hopefully in a few months you can sit in front of us and say, oh, that was cheap.
Thank you.
And that would open up the door to lots and lots of OBUs. So anyway, I don't want to
partners too. Hey, give us some OBUs. We'll test.
There's some out here. So yeah, I think you'll be popular at lunch. Well, you guys should be popular because of what you have done, but what you are going to do is great too. Any more questions? Actually, please, more questions from the audience. Oh,
can I add something?
John, your name was mentioned all the time as the key for Orange County success. Okay.
I think, John, you just came, you planned it to come to the room after we talked a lot of good stuff about you.
Yeah, yeah.
You did.
But I don't, John, we can catch up on this at lunch, but questions from the audience please, the gentleman with his hand raised. Good.
On the deployment takeaways on kind of optimal locations to place the RSU, how were some of those insights derived? Was it through driving a test vehicle through those locations or another method?
You mean the locations of 188 things that we picked?
No, there was a slide that showed when you're installing an RSU that, you shouldn't put it against a pole that has a large diameter. You should put it on the mast arm and, there shouldn't be something above it. How were those insights derived?
What was that second part? How
How did you conclude that those recommendations were?
Oh, I got it. Yeah, I think that is basically pure on the mechanics of where you can put it. Like, for example, one of them was if you put the RSU somewhere that is blocked by a sign or a cantilever or something like that, then it's going to lose its activity or reception or areas that it can cover. That is one of them. Like the other one, the size of the pole itself, with how you can strap it around the post. That is another thing. It's all the mechanical part of those. And how did we do it? Again, it is lesson learned. Once we try to go and install those things, those units itself, we realize that, oh, if this was, for example, a smaller pole or not hiding under a structure or something, that would have been a better location. So it was just the part of the physical installation part in the field itself. That's a great question.
Question from gentleman in the back, Steve.
So on that, excuse me, on that same slide where you're talking about mounting those, you had the clear line of sight. Did you guys look at all as far as separating the antennas off of a device, putting the antennas out on the mast arm by themselves, and then just running RF cable back to the RSU? So this way you can get access to the RSU on the pole, but the antennas are in a better placement as far as getting the coverage you need. Did you look at that at all or no?
Yes, we did, and that's a good recommendation. It might be applicable in some locations, but not in all other locations. But yeah, that is a great way to look at it, and we did look into that as well. Thank you.
Yeah, distance critical.
Any other questions? Well, while you're thinking of questions.
Let me ask something, Jim. There's no question, but, and I attend a lot of conferences. We talk about C-V2X, I like the federal plan, but one key that we don't speak, and together we need to speak a little bit louder, is the funding for maintain, upgrade this technology. We can deploy it, but there's no funding to maintain it. And a lot of the cities, a lot of the regions, even Caltrans, they don't have the budget for that. So hopefully the feds will change the process that we need to somehow allow some grants for that.
As I understand, that's an ITS deployment problem that transcends V2X, but certainly O&M has to be budgeted, and we all know that.
Yeah, yes.
Question I have, because I was actually in this also, John Ty, I'm going to invoke your name. During his session, I was pleasantly surprised to see these pragmatic questions. You're actually have real answers to pragmatic experience. Is Caltrans or anyone thinking about putting together a down and dirty manual? There's deployment guidelines, but they're a higher level. You guys are actually, cutting your fingers and understanding things. It would be great to capture those lessons learned. I know that this might exceed your pay grade, but it'd be pretty nice if as a community we can kind of organize this very pragmatic experience. John said he's an old guy, he isn't. But when he retires, that'll be disappeared, right? Unless he becomes a consultant. But
thank you. And I want to tell you this, 27 years with Caltrans for me to work with Caltrans in different areas, and I came from a consultant background also. If you have a policy or you include something as a part of a guidelines or manuals or something, it is again a lesson learned, not to jump into the conclusion right away. You have to be patient, you have to wait, and you have to see several experiences that will dictate the same thing. So yes, we do have lesson learned. Every project that we close, every CCA, every close contract agreement, we do have a chapter at the end to say lessons learned. And those lessons learned are a part of the next revision of our documentation. So we didn't do it spontaneously, not on the spot, but eventually they become deputy directives or policies or manuals or books, but it takes a little bit of time, and it is after repeating or getting the same results and the same lessons again, then we can make it as a part of the.
I know the Caltrans leadership, for example, the 2070 specification came from Caltrans, so we look forward to more leadership from you on things like this.
Well, let me follow up on the consultant and the association side. You're right, there's no manuals out there. We all learn. I'm a civil engineer, traffic, I'm doing more network cybersecurity, cloud services. So our careers are changing, but you're right, the John Tice, myself, we don't have a manual, we just deploying. And the key part is we're moving away from this, like you said, a signal project, it's a network, cybersecurity, and pretty soon cloud services projects. But our association needs to do better that in training staff, recruiting staff in different areas. We need system engineers. We're not even promoting that. So we have to do better as the association, the ITE, ITS America, ITS California, and others to promote that other part of our services.
Okay. I'm going to ask and answer the next question. When and where's lunch? But with that, but before we get into depth about that, I'm going to conclude the panel, thank our speakers, and let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
Now, how many of you have blue tickets? Okay, if you don't, I don't know, Kendra has it?
Hi. Hi. Hey, everybody. So for those of you who received blue tickets, Fernando is actually standing right outside the door that you probably came in. He's going to walk everybody over to where lunch is located. So it's pretty much out the main doors, through all the festivities and fun, and then in the next building, it's the S building on the back patio. If you don't have a blue ticket, you can still head that direction with him, and we will take care of it.
Okay. Lunch is important, Maslow's hierarchy, but there's fun after lunch. So at 1 o'clock, so there's plenty of time to socialize. I know we didn't give you much time to network today. But at 1 o'clock, or shortly before, one of us at Qualcomm will be raising our hand, we'll be the tour guide. We're going to walk you to behind the auditorium, and you'll get some demos, a static demo and the 2 dynamic demos. And then at 2:15 sharp, so you got plenty of time still, we're going to reconvene. We're going to go over basically our observations, and that would include some audience dialogue. Okay. And then at 2:45, there's a special treat where we're going to talk about Steve and Justin, who are somewhere in the back. Steve asked a lot of good questions already. We're going to talk about CTI 5001, which is alphanumeric for an OBU specification or standard under development. That's voluntary, optional, but please stay because it's your wisdom that will contribute to understanding how to set the stage for that standard development. So that's the afternoon, but it starts with lunch and that ticket. So thank you all very much. These are the marathon runners. So thank you all very much for bearing with us. We've lost a lot of the crowd, but I hope most of them got the gist of what's happening. We're going to give you more gist. So the objectives of this afternoon are twofold. One is, and you can view it one of 2 ways. One is to provide an interlude before we talk, or actually Steve Van Sickle and Justin McNew talk about and get inputs on J5, so CTIC 5001, the OBU standard. But we thought that it would be what happened this morning, at least it impressed me, and hopefully impressed and enthralled you too, deserved a little bit of introspection, a little bit of discussion. So we had scheduled until 2:45 select panel folks, and it's select partly because people have already left for the rest of their days, which is fine. A little discussion, but I don't really want just 3 people discussing up front. We'll say our remarks, but what's more profound, we think, is the integration of what you thought happened and what could happen. So again, we see a lot happening in Southern California. I've always known in my gut, and I think we've proved that a lot is happening. So the question is, what's next? We have a policy expert, we can talk about that. We have technical folks, we can talk about that. But what's most important is implementation, deployment, make it happen. And there's several people in this audience who are making it happen. So with that, without much further ado, I'll just say a couple words to get my fellow, then I'll sit down, I'll get my fellow panelists kind of rolling, is that, and without sounding too repetitious, it's amazing the scope and vision that we hear. It's amazing that it stands on top of the foundation that's already been built. And it's equally amazing and important that US DOT's vision will coalesce us to precipitate even more. And I do believe that what the scope and vision we see is that this region could become one of the stalwarts, thanks to Caltrans and their major efforts, but thanks also to the ever-increasing regional implementations and city implementations. So again, I think there's a lot that can happen, and just thought we reflect a little bit about this. I don't know, we individually can take actions. OmniAir is there. ITS California is another sponsor, is there as a sounding board. But just reflecting on what's amazing, I really can't predict the future. And I know I'm putting you two gentlemen on the spot. Maybe you can start with what's next or start with some other observations. And hopefully Brekendra or someone is in the audience. Maybe I can wander around the audience, but please feel free to chime in after these two gentlemen speak.
Can you hear me? Yeah, so the panel that I led was on the project that we're doing out in the city of El Cajon with the Heartland Fire Department. And I think if you were in the audience for that, I talked about how we're kind of we're really in a pre-deployment phase. We're really ramping up. And so in terms of next steps for that project and to really realize the vision and objectives for that project to really serve, as a lighthouse, as a model that can be replicated elsewhere, we have to execute, and so that's why it was so important to have that full panel up here, kind of demonstrating the importance of partnership, cooperation, public-private partnership. But we got to work together to figure out what the data looks like, how we communicate the data to other stakeholders in a way that's easy to understand and compelling. And then I think it's incumbent on us to sort of package that and what we hope is a really successful program, and figure out a way to amplify it and maybe put together some lessons learned, some best practices, and have it serve as a useful at least starting point for similar projects across the country. So we need to execute, we need to put together the data, and we need to figure out how to share it in an effective and digestible manner. And then I think, do you want to jump in, Jim?
Not really jump. I guess I kind of have to now. But
I saw you did this.
No, because but that's part of the mandate of wireless reach. That's what you've done in many other different projects, right? So we will do that, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So the grant that this is a part of kind of requires routine reporting and then an ultimate report at the end. And so it's part of the project. It's baked in. The wireless reach program is a mature program, so those folks really know how to execute. And so I think we'll be really excited to share that data.
Yeah, I guess to add on what from the panel that I led, I thought was fascinating just for me to listen to even and be a part of it was really an honor. But to have the state perspective from a district, to have a city, and then also a technology provider, I thought was really good. And to echo what you said, Jim, I think it's fantastic to see what this region is doing. I mean, I'm involved in bits and pieces, but to see it collectively and iterated across, what all of California is doing is fantastic. Great to see that leadership. But the other thing that kind of really stood out to me is probably what we weren't talking about in lessons learned. Like, we weren't hashing over low-level communication, reliability of the communication technology. It was more focused at lessons learned about how you use it. How do you, from a TIM messages and the sequences of TIMs and lessons learned about, how you, integrate at the intersection and what all goes behind the scenes of doing that kind of integration. I thought was refreshing that we were, kind of talking about more like how you use it, how to make it more to tie into the earlier presentation this morning, how you tie into a seamless user experience across the whole state. I thought was good, because then we weren't lessons learned about, well, we're just trying to get these devices to talk to each other, which I think is really, tells a good story even about what Omniair has been doing for years and what we've been focused on. And now I think we can take some of these lessons learned that we heard and look at, okay, what can we start to look at for the future? You heard a lot about, how to increase the vehicle population and the potential for aftermarket, and we're already starting into aftermarket V2X devices, but what additional could we do there? The applications, what could we do there to help with some of the issues that were being discussed about, the TIMs and things like that. I thought it was very refreshing that we weren't just hashing over whether the technology was working or not, but how to use it and how to make it more seamless.
I'm completely in agreement. One thing that I noticed, and perhaps it's my naivete, or the fact that I, as an individual working this for many years, many of those alongside you, Mike, has been thinking obviously safety is job one, and it is. And that this V2X, eventually V2I, V2V, eventually deployment will start saving lives. It's a number of years ago have said that over 80% of the multi-vehicle unimpaired, some caveats, crashes could be well addressed by this technology. Great, but the visions that we saw from Caltrans, both at the state level and district, and also from our friends in Coachella Valley, it's all about transportation system management operations. So it is a much more comprehensive systems vision. And I hadn't seen too much of that in the national dialogue. And I'm wondering if the visions that we see in California could even push this a little bit or a bit further than safety. Safety is great, and it should be what we do again and again, but all of this information that you gather locally through PC5 or direct communication, BSM sniffing, all the way through the other types of network communication, how this integrates into information that's actionable for traffic management and for planning. That's what I see that came out stronger here than even in some of the national and international conferences I've attended. So I'm impressed by that, and I'm hoping, I don't know if I'm onto something, but certainly some of the speakers were onto something.
Can I add some thoughts on the policy front, Jim?
So Andres is described as our policy guy. So
yeah,
from Qualcomm, and he's world class. So
I'm not here to have I'm not the guy that's going to talk about TIMs and other abbreviations. I'll leave that to the technical experts. But I do spend a lot of my time on policy, and I think it's important that we take a step back and sort of appreciate sort of where we are in the process of deploying this technology and sort of who was in the room today and sort of what their message was. And I'm thinking specifically of Justin's presentation on the U.S. National Deployment Plan, right? And I think it's important for us to take a step back and appreciate how important that plan is and how significant it has been in changing sort of the landscape that we're operating under to try to deploy, right? So if you're in this space and you've been in this space for a long time, you know that we've been trying to overcome a chicken or egg dilemma. We've had debates about different technology protocols. We've had discussions around spectrum and the necessary spectrum and interference. And so there's always been, while we had the technical discussions around how we do this and interoperability, critically important discussions, there's always been kind of a gray shadow that's been cast over efforts to deploy this technology in the form of headwinds on the policy front, right? Is the regulatory landscape there to deploy this effectively? Do we have the spectrum? Is the government committed to this? Where do they stand? Is the government going to provide leadership? Are they going to allocate us enough spectrum for us to do this? And I think just as important as not discussing whether or not the technology works is also not having to discuss, and I know, this isn't a policy, this isn't a policy conference, but not having to worry about in the back of our minds, is the policy framework, is the policy environment right? Is it going to allow us to succeed? Because I think the answer to that question now is overwhelmingly yes. From a policy perspective, we have addressed a lot of these obstacles. There's one final one that we need to address in the form of an FCC second report and order. but we anticipate that that's going to be out in a matter of weeks. And that's it. You know, we're not going to be able to point to policy anymore as an excuse for not deploying. And Justin said something very important that's very true. He said it's very difficult to get the Secretary of Transportation's signature on something. And the fact that we now have a national deployment plan for V2X that lays out specific benchmarks and targets for deployment, both on infrastructure and on vehicles, right? So they're putting out numbers that the federal government is putting out numbers that they're going to be judged against, and they're putting their logo on this plan and putting it out for public consumption. It's huge. That's huge. They have skin in the game, right? They're going to be judged against whether or not they're able to deliver. And so I think that provides us a lot of wind at our backs to have the more important discussions that you all have in this room, which is how do we deploy? How do we make sure it works? How do we make sure it's interoperable? What are the different, private-public partnerships that need to happen to make this successful? And let's focus on that, on actual deployment, and not these other discussions.
Thank you. Now, I said at the onset of this 15 minutes ago that questions or comments or reflections from the audience are well appreciated, because I just don't want to be stared at and staring back at you. But hand raised, okay. We're going to have to do an awkward passing of the mic, but so Steve Van Sickle, come on down or talk loud. Oh,
there is a lot going on down here. I was surprised. I did not expect to see that many deployments, going on, especially that number of RSUs. I guess maybe I missed it because I had to step out a couple of times, but is there coordination among all those different sorts of deployments to kind of try to have something that's unified and make sure that even maybe amongst those deployments there's interoperability and things like that? So is there kind of a higher level thing kind of making the whole ecosystem kind of be unified, or are these kind of all standalone sorts of deployment test beds?
Well, it's none of us are in the public sector deploying, but I observe that there exists a national cohort group that DOT is doing. I don't know if someone at Caltrans, hopefully Caltrans is part of that deployment. There are some folks next to you. So there you go.
None of these deployments, your first point is correct. None of these deployments are coordinated as of right now. So that's effort of these groups and other groups. We meet each other. We want to start these collaborations more often. Today we met with CBAG. We already said John Tyler, I think how many times we said that we want to collaborate with him. So we will start building up those relationships at a state at DOT level, and then work on some other security certificate credential management systems as a central portal system for whole state probably. Thank you.
I'm too short. Thank you that's a great comment, because actually summits like this brings a conversation that we need to talk more and more about deployments, policy. We still got more policy to talk about, but even on the outside, I talk to Caltrans, we want to even start talking about a future grant together. What grant, we don't know that, but start working together to set up a consortium between us, CVAC, and Caltrans to chase those grants. So we're opening the doors right now, but if we weren't talking together today, we'd be standalone. So we got to do a lot of this conversation. Again, thanks, Jim, for having this, but also ITS California, ITS America. This is all new. And also, even when I talk about my project, or some of my projects, this project, but I'm proud of this project, is a lot of this, when I go outside the state, there's a lot of, opens their eyes too, because we're not telling the lessons learned. We need to do that more too. And I put my name, CBAC's name, to the federal highway. Brian Cromley, last time we talked to, used us as a case study. Let us talk to your public, to your stakeholders, because we got to tell a story. If we don't tell a story, nobody knows what we're doing in Coachella Valley. So that's where I put out, all of us need to stand up as a professional, do our job a lot better, to talk to other people, other states, and other organizations as well. John, I know you want.
So So you're right. There isn't a coordinated effort to call up Carlos, to call up Caltrans, and so forth, just to say, hey, I'm doing this. Or is all this stuff going to work? But I think we really have to get our act together, okay? Because this stuff is not cheap. It's a lot of work, and it's going to take a while. And the thing that will turn off the public right away, public support right away, is you go from one city to the next, and it's dark. That just ain't going to fly for all this money, all this effort, and all that. Nobody's going to buy this stuff, and it's going to fail. So I was talking to the feds this morning, and I think in the beginning, what we want to do is coordinate together and get this stuff to work so that it's, well, whatever seamless means, right? But it'll be the next step of cool would be that you don't have to talk to each other. You know it works. That's what you want to get towards, not just that, you know, unless I talk to Carlos, my stuff won't work at Carlos's jurisdiction.
So yeah. I feel gratified that go ahead.
You can.
I'll just kind of speak a little bit. So Donald Nguyen with Western Systems, and I'm not actually with Unix, but we distribute Unix. So we started with John Thai's City. And then he was testing different vendors' products, and so he actually invited. So the picture you saw earlier when we're outfitting the bus, and by the way, that was me on my side doing this. Okay, but you probably can't tell. But yeah, so well, yeah, and that was me driving on Carlos's PowerPoint. But we actually started with just one city, and then John invited different stakeholders to his city on a Disneyland bus, so we can actually all see what everybody else is doing. And so that actually began to have different stakeholders interested. So they want to try whatever Anaheim was doing, and that was working. So that's how this actually got around. And then it rolled to NorCal. We actually started doing TSP testing like 5 years ago. And now this becomes a bit more mature, and now it's getting implemented. So today, I think some of you may be surprised that, hey, actually, this is a large installation, but they've been actually around for the past 8 years. But it started with one city. It started with somebody that wanted to share. So I actually wanted to give John the credit that's due. So here, go ahead.
John has been a great spokesperson for RSU quality and C-V2X quality. And John, I know that you have started a wildfire. But the idea here is how to make it wildfire is a poor metaphor, but you've started something good. And again, I like the fact that we use this as a gathering place. That's all it is with the organizations to maybe figure out, maybe the question that Steve asked is the pertinent one. And I leave it to I'm part of the community. We all are, but we need to figure out some organizational leadership. It could be Caltrans to pull us all together. And have what Steve noticed that isn't quite yet there is coordination of full California integrated activity. So I'm looking forward to that. But I interrupted. Someone was going to talk.
Yeah. I'm Jack Dhaliwal from Caltrans. I'm from headquarters, DRI-SI, Caltrans Division of Research, Innovation, and System Information. And Sunny, our partner on the headquarter traffic operation side. And as you guys know, Caltrans has 12 districts. Just like City of Anaheim, District 4, Bay Area, we had about 31 intersections there with the DSRC, since long time, that's called El Camino Real test bed. And now we are replacing them, all of them with the C-V2X RSUs. 15 of them are replaced, and we will be replacing 16 more plus adding 6 Hawk locations. Similarly, District 11 San Diego is kind of, spearheading a lot of effort there, and their team is here. Rajpreet is gone. And also District 12, they installed more than, I think, 240 RSUs now. And with the, some of the intersection might be shared with the City of Anaheim. So right now at Caltrans, we have effort, we have monthly, they call CAB stakeholders meeting. So yeah, today we were discussing when you were presenting, like you were in the panel, we should call Coachella Valley, association governments in that meeting. So other districts, they know it's not only Caltrans, other cities and other partners are doing the same thing. And similarly, Donald told us that city of Roseville next to Sacramento, they have deployment of RSUs. So it's a public-private partnership. More we know about each other, more we can help. I think that will be great. Right now we are doing monthly CAB stakeholders meeting within Caltrans. I'm thinking, I'm asking Sunny, we should expand it. So maybe start doing maybe more meetings along with other stakeholders, not only Caltrans, cities, counties, and whosoever. So we are getting there, but slowly and surely we are getting there.
Well, it takes leadership, and I'm hearing leadership from the floor, which is great. Usually when someone tells me more meetings, I run away. But in this particular case, I think we should run toward these more meetings. We need to talk more. And I mean the collective group here, and particularly those in the public sector who are stakeholders for deployment. So glad to hear that.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you so much, panelists, for this inspiring discussion. So I have a question from regarding policy. So from the policy perspective, in your opinion, to what extent should policymakers encourage the adoption of AV so far as C-V2X through the manufacturer and or consumer incentive, and in order to achieve the zero fatality goal, how to handle the human interaction, this factor? Thank you very much.
You want to take that?
Yeah, let me just make sure I got the question. So to what extent should policymakers encourage adoption or deployment of C-V2X? And what was the second part of the question? Yeah, let me address the first part of the question, and then that second part of the question I think is tricky. Maybe we can take that one together. So I think it's absolutely incumbent on government to encourage the deployment of life-saving technology, and they think it is too, because they've put out a national, in the U.S., they've put out a national roadway safety strategy. They've put out a bunch of Vision Zero documents. So they've made very clear what their goals and intentions are, and then they've put pen to paper and laid out a strategy for that. They have, you heard Justin Anderson say, these are his words, not mine. The Department of Transportation loves V2X, right? Those words came out of his mouth today. And we've seen them demonstrate that through the V2X National Deployment Plan. But another thing that they did that's worth mentioning is a year into the launch of their National Roadway Safety Strategy, they actually updated it with essentially what's in an annual report on sort of how the implementation of that National Roadway Safety Strategy is going. And the first annual report of that document specifically mentioned the need to incorporate V2X as part of the overall National Roadway Safety Strategy. So I think that the U.S. government at the federal level deserves a lot of credit for the posture that it's taken on the deployment of this technology over the last 18 months or 2 years, because it's very different than what they had done in the past. I think part of the reason we are where we are and why we feel we see so much momentum is because the federal government used its authority to convene the industry, right? They had 3 different V2X summits. They announced their intention to put together a plan for deployment. And then rather than sit in a dark room and do it on their own, they invited stakeholders from across the stakeholder community. A lot of the folks in the room participated in those sessions. And they took about 1.5 years to do that. And the result of that work was the National V2X Deployment Plan. And because they did it in a very deliberate way, the content in the plan is a reflection of the input that they got from all of the key stakeholders. And so I think that we cannot succeed in where we want to get to in deploying this technology without government leadership. And that's not unique to the U.S. I would say that, we would love to see similar actions by leaders in other parts of the world. Not a mandate necessarily, but realizing that there's an issue, that what we're doing isn't working, right? We all know the fatality rates and the trends. and then saying, you know, we as government need to play a role in convening folks and helping arrive at consensus around what collaborative deployment looks like. The second part of the question was rather complicated. I'm tired of hearing myself speak, so I'm going to let you guys go.
I think it had to do with human interaction, right? And one of the things that I thought that kind of maybe dovetails off of that policy discussion, you know, we got to hear right off the bat USDOT talk about the national vision. Then we got to hear Caltrans talk about the vision, and it echoed what USDOT had, but went into much more detail and talked about consistent user experience. Which I thought was great. Maybe gets to even what John was mentioning about some areas being dark and some not, but also this, what can this group do about that is more of the interoperability, ensuring that consistent user experience, ensuring quality of systems that are going to be deployed, ensuring security, I think is vital to that. And then you got to hear all the other conversations talk, even drill down into that Caltrans vision, into how that's being deployed at the local. But I do think that's important, because then one of the other things that was in the Caltrans presentation I thought that was really good around that was, they're also looking to get into how do they interact with these transcontinental corridors. So, looking at, from the U.S. perspective, as somebody drives along I-80 or up I-5, and they cross state boundaries and they're in a truck, do they get a consistent experience across that? And I think, as we work on, the making sure things are interoperable and can fit into that vision, ultimately that will also help the industry adopt, because then they'll be able to say, okay, if I drive along, border to border on I-5, I know at least I'm going to have, all of those kind of warnings across that area. I think that's obviously a, pie in the sky vision, but I see it, I heard that, this morning. I see it happening in all of our activities, and hopefully we'll see that where vehicles will be able to travel across the country and have a very consistent experience, and that helps the fleets. And if the fleets want to do it, then the OEMs are going to want to do it. The OEMs want to do it, then the tier ones and all the supply chain from the automotive side will want to do it as well.
I can't top that.
Yeah.
That's pretty fabulous. I know that you're really sharp technically, but I didn't know that you had a policy person lurking beneath that. I point out that time has passed. I thank you for the conversation. Oh, we have one more question. So Hideki Hara, you get the last
This is
word.
Hideki Hara from Toyota.
Yes.
So this is more for the recommendation rather than question, because the interoperability assurance is very, very, very important part. I think sharing lessons learned across those agencies, that's very essential. But when we think about the customers, we have to really guarantee nationwide interoperability. Yeah. Because please imagine if you're a Toyota customer going to a Toyota dealer, if I explain to you, this is the V2X technology, it should work. You're not going to buy it. I have to guarantee it really works. So that's why it can be actually USDOT or Omnia can be opportunity, like almost serve as the inspector general. That, for example, the Omnia buys one Sienna, one Camry, install like Omnia certified OBU, Omnia certified application. They just drive around the nation like this District 11, 12, and Atlanta or any about those places. See, it really works. That's partially a technology passionate demonstration. I think that kind of like a real message that it really works across the nation. That will create a great momentum. And when I was working on the Tampa V2X project, that test vehicle with OBU for Tampa worked in Ann Arbor, Michigan. That was a real interoperability experience. Mm-hmm. We have to guarantee that kind of interoperability assurance and experience. So I just wonder that kind of demonstration plus technology assurance, and that can be opportunity for Omnia or maybe USDOT.
So I'm glad that you invoked Omniair, and I'm glad the exclamation mark to the session comes from the mouth of an OEM representative. So it's from my perspective, it's perfect. So without much further ado, I'm going to wrap up this section. And the rest of this in the program is called optional, but I'm glad there are a lot of optional attendees here. I'm going to turn the stage over to OBU standardization and Steve and Justin. I'm going to exit the stage. I can't tell you whether stage right or stage left. I wasn't in theater. And then you can enter the stage. And but Kendra has a few words to say. And then at 4 o'clock, you all have to turn into pumpkins. And I think Ryan will usher you ceremoniously and nicely out to your cars or wherever you're going.
Wow, that's one way to clear a room. All right, so just really quickly for those of you who are still remaining, I wanted to say thank you guys for coming. I am going to be popping out because I'm going to start setting up for the Omni-Air strategy session. So we host this every single year. It's normally with our board of directors and our coordinating council, which is all of our working group chairs. And so they put all their heads together and they work on a roadmap that's going to cover the next few years. So this year, because everyone's here in town, we thought we would bring that together. And so it's a time for anyone who'd like to partake, kind of be part of those thinking minds to come together. So we're going to do that at 4 p.m. over in the testing area. So after you guys are done with the fireside chat, we'd love for you guys to pop over there. It's building AZ. I believe it's 10155 Pacific Heights. It's like a 0.66 mile walk, or you can shuttle over there. So we'd love to have you over there. And then I'd also like to give a quick thank you to the technical and AV team today. They have been amazing. So that is two Matts, Matt C and Matt B, Jeff, Steph, Jim, Pat, and Sean. You guys have made this look amazing, so I can't wait to see the video. And the rest of you guys enjoy this session. Ryan will be here to help you all get over to Building AZ if you'd like to go. Thank you. You guys have fun.
For next slide. Sitting over there. Oh, all right. Oh, there we go. Okay. Is this working? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Steve and I won't keep you here that long. We're going to talk about a new effort that's going on in one of the SAE International committees. My name is Justin McNew, and I've been working on V2X since the late 90s, and over the last several years I've been involved in a lot of standards development activities. And Steve and I have been tasked with developing this OBU standard, and it's sponsored by the US DOT. And we've been participating in Omni-Air this week, and I think a lot of the things that we've learned tell me that this will probably be a pretty valuable effort. And so we're going to talk really at a high level about what the effort is, how you can get involved. There may be a few technical details in here, and I'm assuming the presentation has been published for everyone's reference. So let me see, go on to the next slide here. So the introduction here is, again, that this will be a new onboard unit standard. It's standard number J5001. It's being sponsored by US DOT. We just started the effort in September, and so we really haven't done a whole lot yet. We had our first task force kickoff meeting on October 22nd, and my friend here, Steve Van Sickle, is the chair of that committee. And then I am the document sponsor, or if you prefer, technical editor of the document. We will develop this document according to the systems engineering process, which several of you are probably already familiar with, but it's essentially a phased process where we have a concept of operations that flows into the requirements that then flows into the system design. This document will also include a verification and validation activity, which Steve will be leading, and we hope to cooperate with a number of Omni-Air members on doing the V&V activities. Some of you may be familiar with the CTI 4001 document. That is the RSU standard, and we'll be developing essentially the counterpart to that on the OBU side. You have anything to add, Steve? So I'm not going to read this word for word. Those of you who are familiar with standards might recognize this in every SAE document. There's a scope statements, the first paragraph in the standard, the rationale goes on the cover page, but essentially this is what we are tasked with doing. And a couple of key things to point out here is that we'll be addressing interfaces. There may be C-V2X and then some interfaces, both wireless and interfaces to the vehicle. And nothing's off the table here, so it really depends on what the user community needs. We'll also be distributing a new J2735 ASN.1 build that is specifically for OBUs, and hopefully that will help developers with interoperability. We will also be addressing certain hardware, software requirements, security requirements, and if you are developing a device that is capable of higher power, according to the hopefully forthcoming very soon FCC rules, your device may be subject to something called geofencing, whereby if you're near a military radar installation, you have to reduce your power. The OBUs that are out there today, I don't believe any of them are capable of the power level necessary to implement this geofencing. So fear not, if you've already developed an OBU, you probably aren't subject to that requirement yet. In any case, this is there for your reference. I assume this presentation has been published somewhere. If not, you can always email Steve or I and get a copy of it. One of the things I wanted to point out with respect to this standard is that we will consider a range of architectures. Traditionally, when we've thought of an OBU, we've thought of the version that is described in SAE J2945/1 or J3161/1, which is the picture you see on your screen. And I would consider that to be more along the lines of what I'm calling in this chart a fully featured OBU. Where you have a CAN interface, you have the wireless interface, and there are other things that it has to do. Now, when we gave this presentation to the OmniAir OBU developers yesterday, we went into quite a bit more detail on this, and so I think we had 5 candidate example architectures in that presentation. So a more slimmed down version might be a C-V2X interface only with application and security processing off board. And so I expect that there will be at least 3 different architectures, but there could be more. And that really depends on the consensus of the committee. If you're interested in getting involved in this standard, SAE is the SAE Standards Development Organization is open. And so presuming you have the skills to contribute to the development of this document, you're more than welcome to join. You can, there are a few different levels of membership in a committee. You can be a full voting member. You can just be on the mailing list so you can get alerted about meetings. You can also be a liaison, which is typically reserved for government employees, but being a liaison does give you full access to the documentation that this committee is promoting. As I said before, Steve Van Sickle is sitting here next to me, is the chair, so he would make the decision on whether or not you're qualified to be a full member of the task force, and you can contact us if you're interested in getting more information about joining and participating in this document development. This chart here just gives you an illustration of who the currently participating stakeholders are. Now, SAE, in the committee that this is being done in, it's an individual member committee, meaning that it's really individual people who are participating, but we listed the companies here and the affiliation of those companies just to illustrate what kind of participants we have here already, ranging from auto OEMs and DOTs to people who do testing. For example, OmniAir, Randy Roebuck is a member of the task force.
Yeah, so I point out a couple of things. So yeah, this kind of gives you the range of the affiliation we have now. But for us to make this a successful standard, Part of the reason we came out here this week and we presented yesterday also is, it's only going to be as good as the feedback we get from the manufacturers of the OBUs themselves to the users, right? And then the users are the automotive OEMs, and as well as then when it gets down to test and validation, right? So when we are walking around this week, there's a lot of test and validation going on there, and when we're developing requirements, we do envision there's going to be some sort of test aspect to that. So part of what we're here for is we are looking for participation in this task force, because we don't know, for example, test and val, we don't know what struggles you've had testing these devices that maybe we can address through some requirements if we get your feedback and your input. So we definitely want the device manufacturers, the OEMs, the users, which can be the state DOTs or the automotive companies test valves. So this gives you a good idea of the types of affiliations we're after, and if this is something that you feel like you can participate in and give us some good feedback and good input as far as participation, then yeah, we definitely encourage you to reach out to us. We have not, like Justin said, we just had our first meeting, and I am in the process right now of trying to find a day and time where we'll be able to meet on a regular basis. Initially, these will probably be monthly meetings. Depending on how much material we have to get through, we may turn them into bi-monthly meetings. So that's where we're currently at right now with the task force. What'd I say? Oh yeah, semi-monthly. Yes, I apologize. Yes, we're not gonna reduce. We will increase. Apologize.
Yes, absolutely. Let me see. So we have here in this list, you see there's some, I think there's a couple of state DOT representatives. One of them as a consultant. Is that John Ty from Anaheim DOT?
Yep.
Yeah. So, oh, there you are. Yeah. So yeah. So definitely a user, but also any other user of the devices. If you're on the, I don't know. I don't know, what company are you from? Okay. So the users aren't limited to DOTs. Anyone who might put this in a vehicle and create some sort of application or interface to the driver, maybe you are a manufacturer of bicycles, you're welcome to join if you have a use case and feel like you can contribute. That is great. I love it. I had not considered golf carts as a use case, but I live in California, and a lot of the towns around here, people drive around in them on the street. So that's a good idea. So we would welcome your participation. If you have golf carts that cross roadways, that's an interesting use case and probably a valuable one. Yeah. All right. That sounds good.
That's 2735. So
Yeah. Is it legal to drive a golf cart after you've been drinking?
no.
Yeah. So anyway, this chart here just illustrates what the project flow looks like. We initially start out by developing a draft of the standard that is developed by the committee members. As Steve mentioned, we have a verification and validation phase here, so we intend to accompany that document with some test procedures. But the actual testing itself, we are very hopeful that we'll have participation from Omniair and its members to support the verification and validation activities. The participants of the development of the draft are the CTI committee members. That's the committee that sits above the task force that we're doing the development in. That's the committee that actually has to review the document. But we'll be doing the the hard work in the task force itself. And so if you do want to be able to vote on the document and submit comments when we get to the end of it, you have to be a full voting member of the CTI committee. But if you just want to participate in the development and the technical inputs to the document. You only need to be a task force member, noting that if you're only a task force member, you don't get to vote on the end product. The audience for this initial phase when we develop the draft is essentially the users and the folks who are going to test this. And then we hope as we go through the V&V activities, and the participants being the suppliers and the application developers and users of these devices, that they will provide then the feedback to the committee so we can refine this document prior to publication. A lot of times in the past we've developed standards before we've tested them, and so we're trying to rectify that in this process by actually making sure what we have specified works before we publish it. And so the publication will become after the refinements that we do as a result of testing. And then once this document is published, it'll be available to the public because this project is sponsored by USDOT. You'll be able to download, you'll be able to purchase the document from SAE for $0. So it'll be available at no charge. Do you have anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, I want to point out when we get to some of the V&V activities. So, right, so this is, we won't be developing our own OBU through this effort or developing our own test tools, right? So that's going to be another place, in addition to getting feedback on the development of the report itself, right? Where when we get to that V&V, that's where we're going to want some OBU participants out there to say, yeah, we have developed our OBU to meet these requirements, and then that will also then be looking to some of the validation, the tools and things like that out there to see if they can then update their tools to then validate these devices, so we can then take all that information and roll it back into the report like Justin said, make those updates, and then go into the publication, the balloting and publication process. So that's another place where we're going to be wanting and looking for assistance in the development of this report.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's a great question, and I will say that my desire is to narrow the focus of this substantially so that we can achieve the goals of the V2X deployment plan first and foremost. And so that doesn't mean that if a company decides to add a ton more features to their OBU that they can't be conformant to this, but we want to at least be able to create a standard that provides interoperability and interchangeability among the highest priority applications. And so I expect that the focus of the document will be more narrow than some of the standards we've created in the past, i.e. we'll be using a subset of J2735. And if you look at the USDOT's deployment plan and the use cases it has, probably only about 20% of J2735, for example, is applicable to that deployment plan. And so we're going to detail out which parts of that document need to be supported, for example. And a lot of that will be done, a lot of that will be done by referencing application specifications that we've already developed. Some of you are probably familiar with the 3161/1 document that specifies how do you construct and send a BSM and what are the performance requirements associated with it. That document's going to be mandatory for pretty much every OBU architecture. There may be some parts of it that, you know, let's say a field is optional, like steering wheel angle. Well, a motorcycle doesn't probably need steering wheel angle, it needs something else. So there might be some nuances there that we specify in this document. But by and large, when it comes to messages and applications, we're not going to be redefining those. We're just going to be cherry picking from documents that are already out there. Some of the new stuff that might be in there will be, you know, we've never addressed what an OBU looks like on a bicycle, for example. Is it battery operated? What message does it send? What are the performance requirements associated with that? So we probably will get into some more detailed use cases of certain applications, but our goal is not to recreate work that's already been done. Does that answer your question? I'm going to go back. This project schedule is really here just for your reference. If you download the presentation later, you are welcome to read this in detail. If you're a program management expert, maybe you'll find this very interesting. Bottom line is, it's a 3-year project. So we're probably going to spend about the first year developing the draft, and then we're going to go through the verification and validation phase, and we'll come back to the committee and do the balloting and publication. I think it's July of 2026, right? 27, okay. So we have all of next year and the year after that. So I guess we're about 2 years and 9 months away from the goal. Now that doesn't mean we might not finish sooner. I actually think this is a pretty realistic schedule. Usually we're way behind schedule on standards, but this one I think we can meet.
Yeah, and I'll point out one of the lower bars there, the third one from the bottom, that shows you the testing aspects of that, right? And so we're not waiting till we get through requirements, design, everything else, and now we're going to start worrying on test. We know for testing we need to start doing some planning in advance. There's going to need to be some development there, so some people are going to need to be engaged. So we will have, while the actual writing of procedures and things like that may not start till we understand what all the requirements are, we are going to have to start doing some of the test and validation planning up front.
So this meeting was very convenient for us to come and find out what Omniair's capabilities are and engage with its members, and hopefully be we're walking in lockstep. Yeah, Vince. It's possible. You can come to the task force and advocate for that if you like. We might be able to provide an advanced copy without going through the recommended practice process. The one reason why I'd rather not do the recommended practice is because we have to go through balloting. I would, if I were going to take that approach, I'd publish it as an information report first, and then everybody can see it, and then we can go from that to a standard and skip the middle level.
Yeah. And I guess my take on that a little bit also is a lot of times when we develop the reports, the effort is just developing the report, right, and then getting it published, and then we're kind of saying, okay, now that it's been published, who's going to go off and implement this and test this and give us the feedback. This one, we're lucky. We've got the validation and verification activities already baked into this particular schedule. So I think it allows us to streamline some things. Like Justin said, if we release it earlier, that's a whole nother round of balloting. Balloting takes about 6 months to get through. So we're going to be spending time going through essentially 2 ballots on this report. So I think that's another reason why it was done this way.
Noted. It is why we're here engaging with Omniair, is to do exactly what you just said. We'll try to get through the SAE policy issues to make sure that people have access to the information. Thanks for the suggestion. Yeah, hey, is that Dimitri? Well, this is like the fourth time I've had to answer this question this week. Yes. Yeah, that's a good question. That's a open question for the task force. We could, but I don't know the answer to that yet. I would hope that you'll come to the task force and advocate for what you think it should be. I suspect that, maybe there are, in a more fully featured architecture, we might be more interested in saying you have to do, this set of applications. There are, other architectures where it may just be a single function kind of device, like a BSM sender that doesn't really process anything on reception, as an example. And so I would expect if there are specific applications that sit on top of the messages, that it would be more in a fully featured type of architecture. But it's on the table. I don't know if the answer is yes or no yet. That's really up to the task force members to decide. Could be phase two. This is a consensus-based process, and so assuming the majority of the task force members think it's worthwhile for us to require a certain application to be implemented, then the consensus is that we will include that in the specification. So that's a discussion to be had. As Steve said, we've only had one meeting, so none of these decisions have been made yet. We're here doing stakeholder outreach, trying to recruit people to come and participate and help us make those kinds of decisions. Yes. If we think it's necessary, it's a good question that I wouldn't say is, I can answer yes or no to yet. I expect some things like that will be included. But the level of detail associated with it, I'm not sure yet. It's again something that will be based on the consensus of the committee members.
I will say that when going through some of these slides, installation actually was a bullet point I put down with a question mark, right? Like Justin said, we will discuss this in the task force, and some of it will depend if in order to meet some of the requirements of the application standards we're pointing to, essentially dictates some form of installation, right? Like if it means you have to put your GNSS antenna in the center of the vehicle or something like that, right? But yeah, I did write that down as one of the discussion topics that we will say, hey, is this a user need we have or not? So.
So as I noted, this is a 3-year project, and we're highly anticipating coordination with Omniair and its members to get through this document. As I noted, we'll leverage other standards. I put an example document outline on this chart if you're interested in knowing what the SAE standard outline is going to look like. This is a very generic one and doesn't specifically say anything about OBUs, but it gives you an idea of what the document layout looks like. And that's the end of our presentation. Any further questions or comments are welcome. I'll back up to this chart in case you don't have our contact information and want to reach out to us for participation. Yeah, I recognize that challenge. We had a question on that yesterday as well, as far as vehicle interfaces are concerned, and I agree that may be a challenge. If you're not the supplier directly to the OEM, you may not have access to that information. Maybe if you're in a transit bus, you'll have a lot more access to it. It really depends on the type of vehicle. And then there may be vehicles that don't provide any information at all. So we expect to cover a wide range of use cases. And that's one of the reasons why I mentioned that there's a range of architectures that we plan to support. And as I said yesterday, when we talked to the OBU developers about this, we talked about 5 different possibilities. And only, I think the most fully featured one had the vehicle interface attached to it, but we'll sort that out as time goes on. Yes. It's possible that they may have to update their product if they want to conform to some things that they don't currently conform to, but I expect that most of the developers will have an OBU version that fits one of the profiles in this document. There may be some additional things that we do, I think, like the question about golf carts. I hadn't really thought about the golf cart as a vehicle type before. So if we have to add that, I don't think there are any OBU vendors that support the golf cart vehicle type. So that would require some updates. Well, the geofencing is, there are no OBU manufacturers that I'm aware of today that would be subject to that requirement because they don't use the power level. I think it's like if you're above 27 dBm, you would be subject to that requirement. So I think at what technology can do today, you're probably in that 20 to 23 dBm range. It won't affect you. It's only for higher power devices. So that when you get closer to a military radar installation, you'll drop down to what you're currently using in most OBUs, which I think is 23 or 27 dBm, depends on the rule. But I wouldn't worry about that right now, unless you decide you want to make a high power device for a special use case, say for like a fire truck and the transit signal traffic signal priority preemption use case, for example. If you wanted to use a higher power for some reason to get more range out of that priority preemption service, then you might be subject to the geofencing. But by that time, you've developed a whole new piece of hardware. So I don't think it'll be that heavy of a lift.
Yeah, and I want to, a question came up. I guess until we know what the requirements are in there, I wouldn't necessarily say it rules out existing devices today, right? A lot of what goes on today, right? We want to ensure that the over-the-air communications are per the required application standards, and that you've got interoperability there, and you've been certified to send those. And I guess the thing would be is if we've got certain requirements in here that that the SCMS manager says, hey, these are things that a device needs to have in order to get certificates. If your device already meets those requirements, that's probably fine. I don't think we definitely do not want people holding back right now and saying, uh-oh, I don't want to deploy, I don't want to do this because I've got to wait 3 years to get this standard. I think a lot of what will be in here already exists today, and I think a lot of the OBUs are likely doing them today. One thing about this, I think some of that information might be in just different disparate reports, and we're going to be able to pull all of that into a single report, and hopefully there'll be a number of sections. We're just going to say, we're just going to point to an existing report, so at least an OBU developer knows, oh, I need to go over there to get this information. So
in my experience, a lot of folks just take J2735, for example, and say, oh, that's the data dictionary, that's the standard, I'm going to implement the whole thing. I would say it's probably more likely that if you have an existing device, you'll realize that you didn't have to do as much as you did. And maybe that'll be a relief in some ways. But I think there are some new use cases that could be addressed by devices that aren't out there yet or just more in the prototype phase, especially if we're doing a golf cart. I love this use case. So, you know, I imagine, you know, the cost point for a golf cart OBU is probably not the same as one you'd put in a fire engine. So, I expect that, like I said, there will be an architecture that you already fulfill, but there may be 3 other ones that you're like, oh, I might want to build a device that does that too. Any other questions? All right, well, that's all we have today. Thank you very much for your participation and questions. You've already given us some valuable feedback and fodder for the task force. And as noted, feel free to reach out for Steve and I'll be here if you want to come get a business card. You can get one from us and send us an email, and we'll get you the information about how to sign up and participate. All right, thank you, everyone.